The world is cold and times are bad. Every time I think about it, it makes me sad. War and drugs are everywhere, and it's getting so hard to breathe the air. But it doesn't have to be like this. All the rancor and bitterness. If we can just open our eyes, we can make the world a paradise. Someday we'll live as one family in perfect harmony. Someday when we all pull together, we will all be free. Free from the pressure and the prejudice, we can change it all with tenderness. There'll be no void between black and white. We'll be able to walk the streets at night. I won't be fooled while someone dies of starvation. The whole world will be my nation. We will walk hand in hand. I'll go to South Africa and be called woman. Someday we'll live as one family in sweet harmony. Someday when we all pull together, we will all be free.
I can hear you.
I can hear you. Looking at, is that James? What is that?
Yes.
One of those prank shows.
It can't be.
He's not there. James, are you there? Was that just a picture? I don't know what that is.
It's definitely a picture, but he's sent out, "Hi, good morning," and I just said, "Good evening.
I want you to get up. 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 Right now. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller. I want you to get up. 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 Right now.
Two, 1, 2. Is that any louder now? Should be coming in considerably.
It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. Don't go out anymore.
Oh no, no. Oh, I mean it's just so we can capture it before we go live.
Don't go out anymore. I want you to get up.
Brilliant.
Don't go out anymore. Don't go out anymore. Don't go out
Yes.
anymore. I want you to get up.
Yes. Sorry, I'm just
I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, "I'm as bad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore!" I want you to get up. Right now. I want you to get up. Right now. I want you to get up. Right now. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. Right now. Right now.
Hi guys, so just counting down from 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Hi, Carl. Good morning. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Not too bad. I mean, it's my evening here in Melbourne, Australia. So it's just sun's just setting, just getting a little bit dark now, but it's just started to become the beginning of summer. So it's I've been through here the whole winter since the pandemic, and yeah, now looking forward to some warmer climes.
Well, look, so it might just be the two of us here because it's the world of the virtual world, but I'm sure it isn't. So I've got to start by introducing you. You know, so ladies and gentlemen of the world, the greatest DJ in existence, Mr. Carl Cox. Welcome. Hey, Carl. So,
well, thank you for that. Well, and hi everyone out there as well that's tuning in, and I hope you're all well and doing good. I mean, the very best we can anyway, based on where we are right now.
So obviously we're here to support BMC. Obviously, very pleased to be part of it. We were supposed to be together in Brighton, 30 people in a room. Obviously, it's something very different, but I think we should just jump in. I've had hundreds of questions. I've had 2 marriage proposals for you, and it's pretty crazy. A lot of the questions are not even questions; it's just people saying thank you for all the music you've been sharing with us, very freely over the whole last 6 months, whatever it is. But I think we should just jump in, and I guess the best place to start really is the beginning. I'm going to try and weave some of the questions that we've had in with some of these things we want to talk about. Yeah. I think starting at the beginning, I got sent this fanzine about the dungeons, the hypnosis night, where Lyndon C was saying that you would drop the speakers off and then you'd be like, please can I DJ, please, 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 and they kept knocking you back and you'd go and sleep in the van to load the speakers up. Moving forward from that, very quickly you became the 3-deck wizard and the biggest DJ on the rave scene. You were like the must-have guy, but you didn't have a residency. So it was like, Pete Tong from Radio 1 or the Milk Bar, or, Nicky Holloway from Pasha in Spain, as people used to say, or, from Rage, Fabio Groove Rider. But with you were like the people's choice, the 3-deck wizard. So a lot of people have asked about the 3-deck wizard. So how did that get going? How did that happen? Are you there? Carl, how did that happen? 3-deck wizard.
No, it just cut off, but we're back now.
Yeah, that's good. I was getting worried. So I was just saying, so how did the 3-deck wizard happen? How did the 3-deck situation come about that you were doing it, in front of a big audience?
Well, the mad thing is, I mean, in the beginning of nearly everything, I suppose, but in the 80s, when we was able to afford, Technics 1200s, all the other kind of turntables before the Technics 1200s was not as powerful to be able to manipulate when he was playing music. So you can only just kind of like, if they're belt driven, the speeds of the turntables going around, of the motors that were driving the belts, with one deck would be faster, another one would be slower. So if you put 2 records on, one record would be quicker than the other one. Then what I did was just kind of slow that record down so it matched the same record going round, and used to kind of phase those records as I was slowing that one down, it was quicker. So I understood the ethos of pitching records and how to get the fast one slow and the slow one fast to get them to mix together. And once I had understood that, I spent 5 years in my bedroom, eventually on the Technics 1200s, eventually, because those were very expensive turntables at the time. And we're talking about 80s, 86, 87, 88. I wanted to introduce an extra turntable just so I could push the envelope of being a DJ more than anyone else that I saw out there. And I took influences, obviously, from the American DJs at the time, but they were using 2 turntables, and then they were using reel-to-reels, which you could actually pitch to get that reel-to-reel of the track that was on Real in time with the record you were playing. But I just said, no, an extra turntable would do it. And nobody really saw a DJ doing that at the time. Back in the day, of course, in Detroit, the other DJ that I knew was doing 3-deck turntable mixing was Jeff Mills. And he was very good at it. But I wasn't in competition with anyone. But also, I did go in for the DMC mixing championships. And I was very influenced by cutting and scratching and mixing and beat matching at the time. So my head was very much in that. But what I did was I took the elements of hip hop DJing, cutting and scratching, and enabling that on house music and techno and acid house music. So everything was in a 4/4 structure. So all I had to do really is get that track playing, this next track mixing in on a 4/4 structure, and the next one mixing in on a 4/4 structure. So just actually adding, the same element to 2 turntables onto 3. And then once I had the idea of how I was going to make that work, and then I just perfected it as I was going along so people could see that there was a little bit more water in my well of being creative as a DJ. And I had to stick by it in the end, as a 3-deck wizard for someone that they wanted to see spin on 3 turntables, because there wasn't really hardly anyone else doing it. And in fact, even still today, there's not that many DJs that can do that. There's a lot of DJs out there that will profess, I've done 4, I've done 5, and I've never seen it. Maybe in their bedroom and they've done it in front of their friends, I'll get that. But you've got to do that in front of 25,000 people. In fact, sometimes 2,000 people, or sometimes 200 people that are just looking over the turntable, just watching you do it. I've done it many times before, but I did it with ease, and I'm still doing it today, even on my Cabin Fever shows, which is all vinyl on Facebook and now on Mixcloud Live. I'm doing 3 turntable mixing. Now, the thing is, it's not the most dynamic thing that you see, because my music and the way how I play it is over a period of time. So I'm not going to be doing it the whole time. It's just that sometimes in elements of the set that I'm playing, I feel that I can mix that record and this one and that one at the same time and drive that element home. And don't forget, with turntables, there's no get out of jail free card. At the end of the day, you have to basically mix on mix points on where the record is, of which you have to understand the record you're mixing. So it really is an art form. It's an art form mixing on 2 turntables anyway, and let alone 3, which you don't have ability to use loop mode. You don't have ability to extend anything. The record is where the record is, and you mix on that point, and then you basically get out. And that's something that I always enjoyed doing. It was just the challenge of it was always the greatest thing for me. Whether I was playing hard techno, whether I was playing drum and bass, whether I was playing rave, whether I was just playing house music, I always challenged myself by playing on 3 turntables, and then hence the 3-deck wizard. That's where it came from.
There's quite a famous picture of you in a pub in a DMC kind of trial with a massive amount of people looking over the decks, what you're doing with 3 decks. In that audience, people who would go on to be big superstars of dance music are watching you, as young guys, going, what is going on? But I do remember there's one thing where you were doing a vinyl set, obviously, and the record was playing, everyone was dancing away, and you took the needle off while it was playing, and you put the record away. There was no music, no sound. Obviously, everyone's looking at you. You then took another record out, put it on, and it was as if it was part of the set. But it was... I read about it actually again in I think the Stones magazine that James sent through to us, and with vinyl you've got nowhere to hide. You've got the duration of the record to find the next record. People don't appreciate today that you've got 2 or 3 record boxes with you, not a USB stick with 20,000 bits of music. You've got to work with what you've got, and if the guy before you or after you, whatever it is going to play or has played the hit of the day, and obviously when you were a warm-up DJ, you couldn't play all the hits of the day because you kill it for the next guy. You've got to work with what you've got. The crowd have got to be into it, and obviously, you're working 50% harder because you've got an extra turntable going on, so you've got less to play with. It was interesting, but if we move on a bit, a lot of people this summer didn't go to Ibiza. No. And they talk about Ibiza, and traditionally, a lot of people go to Ibiza to see Carl Cox. It's you made Ibiza your home. I think DJ Mac called you the king of Ibiza. It's one of your titles. You very famously have that villa that you use where all the artists that play with you stay together, which is very unusual. There's no headliner status. Everyone stays together with you. You all go to the club together. You all become a family, and it really is what creates that energy in the music. And so there are a lot of people talking about the last night at Space, you know, different events you've done, you know, underground stuff. But I think what would be good for people to hear is a story from you that captures the spirit of Ibiza. Maybe it could be the last night at Space, which was so emotional, but something that for you sums up the spirit of Ibiza. You know, a lot of people missed out this year. They might miss out next year, which we don't want to talk about that, but they might well miss out next year. Things are definitely different. Things have been different for a while with the bottle service culture and the, you know, the different levels of what's going on. But something for you that sums up Ibiza, or the spirit of Ibiza.
Well, I mean, the thing is, people go to Ibiza to escape from their own normal lives, and that's all I ever did every time I went every year. And you know, I didn't basically, you know, go to Ibiza and straight away DJ'd. You know, I went there just to enjoy the moment of what Ibiza stood for. So I was going every year, and I have been going every year until this year, since 1984, and 1990 to 1991 actually, when I actually did go over to DJ for Interdance, and this was just amazing. So, you know, Stearns in Worthing, the whole promotional team and everybody had these clubs to play in Ibiza, and I was a very big part, an integral part of that. And when I got to play in Ibiza and these clubs at the time, and then my name basically was synonymous of playing all the other clubs in the island and around the island. But one of my favorite clubs to go to was always Space, because it started at 7 o'clock in the morning. So normally you never go anywhere at 7 o'clock in the morning on a Monday, because most people are at work. But that's what made it so special. And once you got into Space, it was something of which you turned into your own inimitable playground. And you had friends that went there for year in, year out, from all over the world in different countries, always met at Space at some point. And Sundays at Space obviously was the thing that really blew up. But I really enjoyed turning the terrace into the dance floor that it became, and that was through BBC Radio 1, 1996, I believe. 95, 96, where BBC Radio 1 was utilising the terrace as an after party for the people who were working for BBC Radio 1 in Ibiza at the time, just as an offering and a thank you for their hard work for creating that amazing weekend for them. And they asked me to set that up for them and play, which I did, and it was just unbelievable, phenomenal. They never had that attention on the terrace before. And I think what was amazing with the terrace was that we were dancing under the sun. We were basically there, doors open at 7, and around about 8, 9 o'clock, after you've had some breakfast or you've gone away, had a shower, come back and whatever, you're in it for the long haul. And around about 2, 3 o'clock, it was really getting busy. It's just like the atmosphere was fantastic. It was all house music, no techno, just Balearic kind of house sound at the time, of music from the island. Obviously Spanish DJs playing, UK DJs playing, German DJs playing, New York DJs playing at the time. And it was just phenomenal. It was just such an amazing time. You played a vocal house track and people could feel it. If you heard the One More Time by Daft Punk was just amazing. All of these things just kind of summed up the reason why you were there, and it just became more and more popular, the terrace. And then other clubs kind of emulated the terrace because it was just phenomenal, but you couldn't, because the original terrace was in Ibiza, was at Space. But of course the terrace became too small, but also I had an opportunity to take over the inside of the club on a Tuesday, which then became what it was, Culcox on a Tuesday for the Revolution Nights. And then of course the Revolution Nights, the terrace, and then they built a new terrace and the club became bigger, and it was just a phenomenal time to see how that grew into something very special. And the people that were going there every time kind of treated it as their church. I mean, I had the most eclectic dance floor every time I played, every time I was there. So it wasn't just English people or just Dutch or just German or people from the island or just Italians. It was everybody. So you can imagine people coming from all over the world coming together to enjoy what Space had to offer, what Ibiza had to offer, what I had to offer. In the end of the day, being there for so long, 4 years before I took the residency on it in Space Ibiza, I was already playing the opening parties and the closing parties, which was just amazing. And experiences, and then to have the residency, which I took on for another 16 years. So you can imagine 20 years of playing in Ibiza, and then coming to the closing party in 2016 was just, you know, my heart was just getting ripped out of my chest, you know, based on we could see the time was getting, you know, closer and closer to the inevitable finish. And you could just feel the dance floor, feel the energy, feel the people, feel the sadness, knowing that that wasn't going to happen in our lives anymore. So you can imagine, I know I did a 10-hour set playing vinyl, because a lot of people hadn't seen me play vinyl in the last 10 years of me playing there, and having the music of which I decided that I wanted to play nearly every hour of every year that I played there. And so you can imagine going through an emotion of all the music, and then getting to present day, just playing everything digitally and all the latest tunes that I was playing in Ibiza after all those years. And it was just something that you just cannot now ascertain unless you were there. It's a past distant memory now of what used to happen. But I'm telling you, if anyone went there, they really would know what it was like to be there, and now know what it's like that it's not there anymore. It's all seriously changed. But I'm very happy, feel very blessed, and you know, thanks to Pepe and Fritz Pangritz and Juan Arenas for keeping the spirit alive of Ibiza, and of course all the staff and everybody that basically worked there after all this time. They're the ones that made space for us. It was just phenomenal.
Speaking of being there, do you recognise these? The birthday parties. There's here you had Laurent Garnier with you. I mean, your eclectic lineups you put together: Josh Wing, LTJ Bookham, Laurent, obviously Norman Cook, aka Fatboy Slim, people didn't know. Goldie, Francois Kay, John Digweed, Giles Peterson. I mean, that's a great mix. Giles and John on the same bill with you. It sort of shouldn't work, but it does. But back in the flyer archive, these go for sure. So, you know, obviously, you know, and just for people who are listening to this, Carl did say he did a 10-hour set. Now, people today moan about doing 1 hour. 10 hours, that means no food, no drink, the loo, you know, the focus, you've got to have 10 hours, but don't get the crowd are with you most of the journey, but they're going to the bar, they're coming back, because you've got to keep that energy alive from minute one, 10 hours later. I mean, you know, that's a working day. So, you know, and you just drop it in as if it was nothing. And I know it's not the longest set you've ever done, but 10 hours is pretty hard.
Yeah, 10 hours is long enough. I mean, the thing is, you know, you're in the DJ booth with that sound system and the atmosphere and everything that's going on around you the whole time. And, you know, obviously DJs have played longer than 10 hours. You know, I like to think I can keep a very good captive audience up to 10 hours. You know, it's not a competition. It's not a race. It's nothing to feel shamed about if you didn't do any longer or if you did any shorter. It's just the fact that I could do that in the best way possible in the end of the day. And to prove that, I did it many times before, the longer sets. I prefer longer sets because I can go through the motions of the music. I can start off eclectic. I can start off with electro. I can get into, you know, some music you've never heard before. I can get into music you have heard before. I can get into music that crossed the line that you never thought I'll go there, that kind of thing. But the amount of time that I have to play at space at that time, you know, if you see the set, I mean, you know, some people say, oh, it wasn't 10 hours, it was 9 minutes, 30 seconds. I was there 2 hours before the doors opened. So you know, whatever was recorded, whatever, I'm telling you, it was 10 hours. I went to the toilet once. I had 2 slices of pizza and I was just drinking water, and I had maybe 1 or 2 glasses of champagne. And at the time I was drinking vodka and cranberry juice, but I couldn't drink too much, because if I was drinking too much, I'd be going back and forth for the toilet. Now I like to know, if anyone was there for the whole duration, how many times would they have gone to the toilet all the time that I was on? Because if you look at the broadcast of that by BAT TV, there was nowhere in that time that you saw me dive off to the toilet and come back. I'm there the whole time, you know, DJ. When I went to the toilet, I had put a record on, or went to the toilet, and then came back and then mixed the next record in. Because it was important for me to be there and to basically make my mark on what was to make space for what it was all about. And that closing set was the closing set for my night on a Tuesday night. And then 2 weeks later, I had to go and do it all over again in the car park, and then do the inside discoteca to close, which closed at 8 o'clock in the morning. So from 2 o'clock in the evening, 11 o'clock in the evening, I played from 11 till 12, I think it was. And then it carried on till 2 in the car park, and then went home, got some food, watched the brush up, went back down again at 8 and finished at 12. And then that was it. It was, and I'll never forget it. You know, at the end of the day, it was something really special, and you know, I'd like to get back to it at some point, but I can't see it being exactly how it was.
I had a lot of people messaging me about that last night. Richard at Woo, the platform that you're working with in Amsterdam, you know, he said he was there. Just sent me a text just now. I was there, but who wasn't there in this world? So you know, obviously you're always pushing music, pushing the boundaries hard, and obviously you do a lot of production work, a lot of remixes, a lot of work in the studio. Obviously you've got Awesome Sound Radio Live label, which we might talk about with Matt Playford and Satek, obviously Christopher Coe, where you're, you know, looking for the best in live artists. But during the recent lockdown, which was very extreme in Melbourne, you know, with curfews and everything else, you ended up having to do the remix for Dead Mouse, you know, Neptune's Pharrell, which ended up being, they used that instead of their version of the main single for Pomegranate. How different is the process? There are a lot of producers sending a message about how you work. How different is the process in lockdown when you can't meet people face to face? It's all different time zones. You know, you've got to work with what you've got. You know, you're very much dependent on what you have to hand. How different was the process doing a remix during lockdown to what it would normally be?
Well, the thing is, I mean, I do get a lot of offers for remixes. I don't take them all on because one of the things for me at the end of the day is that I like to complement the mix that I get to do. So like Nine Toes, for instance, by Finder, the hook of that song was so great. I wasn't going to make that any better or any worse, but I wanted to complement the song. So I basically created the vibe around the hook and then let the hook do the talking. Dun, 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 dun. You know, and everyone, as soon as they hear it, they just lose their minds. But even in its original form, it was fantastic. So I was very wary about approaching that mix, but that's how I did it. I thought I'd do something to complement it. That's why it has such a journey to that mix. But the Pomegranate one was basically something of which I was challenged by, because the original version of Pomegranate was 108 BPM. And I sped it up to 120, 130, you know, and I said, this is going in. But the elements in Pomegranate had some really cool elements in the track. Yeah, some of it was commercial, some of it was underground. I don't know what commercial underground is anymore, to be honest. If it's good, it's good. And if I'm able to complement that, that's something that's good. And then if I have an idea of what I can do around it to basically push the envelope of what's there, and then that's my role as a remixer. I can't see the point of taking one snippet out of a record and basically covering it with all your sound, and then there's no elements of the remix in the remix. So, you know, I think that we have an opportunity to, you know, really push the boundaries on a remix, you know, based on what you get back from a remix. I mean, any of my records are remixed. I'm always interested to see what the answer is, because, you know, I like to think that what I've done from an original form is the track. So that's it. So what she or he has to do is to basically make their own interpretation of that remix. When I did a drum and bass track on an album which I did nearly 10 years ago, which is called All Roads Leads to the Dance Floor, and the track was called Chemistry, and it's a drum and bass track that I enjoyed making, and I love drum and bass, as people know. I came from the jungle era. I still listen to it in my car, and I still big up the boys when I get to see them or play or hear them. It's just brilliant. And I did this track on the album, and I gave it to Nicole Moldova to do a remix on. And she's the queen of techno music, and her productions are unbelievable, unsurpassed as far as I'm concerned. But I was interested to see what she did with a record which was non-techno, which was non-house music. It was a drum and bass record made by me, you know, in the end of the day, of a challenge. And she came back with an amazing answer to that record, to the point that it was #1 out of all the remixes that came out in that year. And it was recognized for it being a point of genius on a remix, which that's the challenge. At the end of the day, she still kept the essence of the original vibe of the track, but she turned it in and made it into her own. So that's a perfect example of a remix and how you approach the remix. And that's how I do all of my remix. If you see the catalogue of remixes that I've done, you'll always hear the original version and the Carl Cox version of keeping the integrity of the mix. So I complement them. So I respect the fact that there is an embodiment of something that I appreciate and which I enjoy and which I love. I can't just do a remix for remix sake. It just doesn't work.
So questions come in from Imogen Gibbs. Hello, Imogen Gibbs. She wants to know, what advice have you got for a young DJ or producer starting out, I imagine?
Yeah, I mean, at the moment now, I think that the decks are cleared for you to do whatever you want. Do whatever you want. At the moment, there's no dance floor for your music right now, and there's nowhere for you to perform from. So what you should do now is, if you're making music, just make whatever you want. Just go out there and smash it. Just, the biggest bass lines, the big, loudest stabs. If you're going to create, music from modulars, just make the most amazing modular sound you can think of. Just go out there and have a lot of fun. I mean, at the end of the day, all I've ever done is had fun with everything that I've ever done. If you ever see me playing or making music or whatever, I'm always smiling and laughing because I'm enjoying the moment. I don't have a plan. I don't know what the end goal is. I've never done that. I mean, if any of my sets that I've ever done, people always ask me, so how do you set yourself up for your mixes or your sets when you're playing? And I was telling them, I don't have an answer to that. But all I have is an embodiment of music I'm going to play on the night. And then while I'm choosing the music and the records or the files, because we obviously use a computer or sometimes using USB stick or CDs, whatever. At the end of the day, it's based on how you feel. What you pull out is what you connect yourself to the dance floor. So when you're making your music, it really doesn't matter anymore based on what you're making or how you're making it. It's all down to how you feel in the sense of making the music in the first place with no agenda. Because as soon as you have an agenda, you're going to let yourself down by it because you've made your music. You want to try and send it to a few people. They knock you back and you think your music's rubbish. It's not that your music's rubbish or anything. It's just that you may be too futuristic for some people to understand at the moment. And therefore, your music may be understood in 6 months or a year's time. Or right now, if you're making music at the moment just to basically rock the dance floor, well, there's 1,000 people doing exactly the same thing. If you're making a deep house record, there's 1,000 people already made a deep house record. If you're making a drum and bass record, there's 1,000 people already made drum and bass music. So, and right now, if you're making techno, there's 3,000 people making techno music at the moment because it's a very popular genre of sound. But the thing is, you have to have your heart, your soul, your vibe in the music by whatever you make. So put breakbeat on top of folk music, put drum and bass in a bit of reggae stuffed in. Doesn't matter. Just do what you feel and enjoy it. In the end of the day, we have all the time in the world now to hear new music by the now generation who feel compelled to make music for the future. And I want to see them. I want to see that surgence of new music to come out in the future.
Well, obviously, nobody could have predicted where we were going to be today, where we were 6 months ago, where you were halfway through an American tour. Obviously, you've been really busy in the studio. You're all day long working and stuff. I've actually just noticed here that even though you said you're going to slow it down, you've actually done over 44 live shows during this pandemic situation. You mentioned Nicole Dava, who obviously did some great stuff together, and you did the Lebanon gig for her, the benefit gig. You actually did 2 Lebanon shows. You did her one first. So with all the stuff that you've been doing, all the shows, all the projects you're working on, remixing Cabin Fever, which we're going to talk about a bit later on. I think because a lot of people want to know what's going on in the industry, what they can do. There's in the UK alone, there are a couple of million people who work in entertainment, bars, restaurants, clubs, nightclubs, hospitality, events, lighting, sound. We know that people are struggling. We know that some people are not struggling as much. We know that there are people who are reshaping their businesses. Some people are waiting for the pandemic to be over. Some people can't believe it's still going on. The advice isn't there. There's been a lot of campaigning the last couple of days. Some people are really looking at a bleak future, particularly nightclub venues, who haven't focused on the daytime aspect of their business and they're able to bring other stuff in. A lot of our friends we know are really trying to put the best foot forward for everyone. And dance music is a massive, massive, multi-trillion-pound global industry. There's nothing like it that has come out of an organic bunch of guys running around in the field. You've got, you go from this to a huge employer. I mean, talking about millions of people globally. What do you think that the industry can do? I mean, bear in mind, there's no industry that's well, maybe the acting world, maybe, but but there's no industry that has such a high social media presence, such a potential voice, is populated by so many future voters. What do you think the industry can do to get its message across?
I mean, no one man is an island, or no one woman's an island at the end of the day. And if I had that crystal ball, I could tell you what the future is. I mean, the thing is, as an individual, self-employed DJ, that bit the bullet to say, I wasn't going to carry on being a scaffolder anymore. I'm going to be a self-employed DJ. And at the time, I had a mobile disco, of which I basically punted around for years and years and years until I had the opportunity to work in clubs, working at festival events, and basically had my name synonymous with the rave scene, which was burgeoning at the time, 88, 89, 90, and the list goes on in the sense of years. And my career has spanned over 35 years straight, playing all over the world. You can imagine, from the smallest clubs to the biggest festivals. And even this year, I was basically doing my first American tour in clubs, not just festivals. That was going really well, and leading up to Ultra, like I do every year, 20 years in with Ultra. And then for it all to basically get to this pandemic, I'll come back to Melbourne and still on lockdown after 6 months, and then to see everything just basically fall off a cliff. So you go, okay, well, that's me. But the industry as a whole, every aspect of it, whether you're working in bars, clean bottle service, whether you're getting cables for the riggers, lighting companies, drinks companies, all these things that makes this whole thing go round, has all stopped in a sense of the handbrake of the pandemic. Everything, and the thing is about what's going on now with the government. The last people on the food chain for us to get our industry back is the thing that they really don't want to happen, because we do bring the biggest amount of people attention together. If you think about Glastonbury for one moment, that basically it appeals to a lot of people from all over the world in a sense of the setup, security, lighting guys, from toilets, the mass that it takes to create Glastonbury, and then to have the infrastructure to have everyone come to Glastonbury, and then to enjoy the time they're there from Thursday on as punters until they leave on Sunday. But don't forget, the people who set it up and they basically take it down is over 3 months. It's incredible that now is a scenario that we have to accept, that it has not had the attention of support that it should have from the government, because it's brought so much joy and life and energy and attention to something which is positive. Our movement has always been a very amazing, positive movement of the reason why we keep going out, keep doing this. If you look at all the pictures and videos that have been taken from the DJs to the punters to the public to the people who work there, it's always smiles on everyone's faces. They go away and they've had a good time, and they come back year in, year out and have a really great time. And to take that away from us, it's just unfathomable, based on that we're on the end of the food chain, for the government to think that at the end of the day that we don't deserve to be supported by who we are as artists, individuals, people who basically help other people in the industry. I mean, our industry, dance music community, has done so much. Even in these COVID times, we're still able to go out there, reach people, to donate here, third world countries, and for the NHS, and even though we're on our knees, we're still out there trying to fight the good fight to help others. And there's nothing wrong with that at any point in any way, shape, or form. But right now, I believe that the government should be looking for us to basically be supported to get what we basically have been involved in for so many years, at the end of the day, back to where we believe it should be, because then we can get so many people back to working, so many people back in jobs that they love, and basically get people back on the dance floor and enjoying ourselves. But it's going to be very difficult, long, arduous road to get to that point. All the time we have social distancing. All the time we don't have a vaccine. I mean, you and I and everyone that's listening and watching, we all understand and we know that this is going to be different in our time to get ourselves back. But we have to have some glimmer of hope that in some ways it should look to be coming back. We want to go to Glastonbury. We want to go to Boomtown. We want to go to all these festival events that have happened over the years. And there's nothing wrong with supporting our cause at the end of the day, because based on how much, I mean, the taxes that get paid out of all of these festivals, not just in the UK, all over the world, supports the infrastructure of our social life. And we can't get any support based on what we've created. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, so a couple of things worth mentioning here. And I've got to say, my phone has gone red hot with people sending in, so I'm going to ask something in a second. Which is that. So the first thing is that our politicians, love them or hate them, are of an age where they have been to clubs and festivals, and in the modern times, these are not, and so it's amazing they do not see the cultural value that music and brings to everyone. And obviously, they've given a lot of money to the cultural world, and we know that opera is important and ballet is important and everything's important, and but the infrastructure, for example, a nightclub that employs bottle washers and barmen and security guards and medics, every licensed venue has a trained medic, has air conditioning, has all the things that you could, they could support. If they said, well, look, you can't open as a nightclub, but you should open as a playground or as a school. We will give you an immediate license for food. There are, the emergency measures that are coming in could be used in a slightly different way. I mean, I have my own view, which is, and I speak to government a lot, and I'm doing what I can do. I do think we all have a membership card that can get everything going. There's your membership card. Have that with you. But I would say that there was, there are a lot of protests going on. There's a lot of terrible things that have been going on, and obviously we see what's going on in the States, which is pretty worrying. And it's all covered in the news. And yesterday and the day before, a lot of our friends went to the National Gallery and Trafalgar Square, which obviously is synonymous with getting people dancing, stood out, there, stood socially distanced, they wore masks, they did everything properly. And you had to really be looking hard through that sort of news websites things to find a tiny snippet of it. There was nothing to show that this multi-billion-pound industry, which is populated by thousands and thousands and thousands, millions of workers, as well as the enjoyment and cultural benefit and the social, the mental health aspects that it brings to people, the beneficial, mental side. There was no real awareness of it. And I've got a message here, which even though we've covered the subjects, from Carl Logan, a good friend of ours, editor of DJ Mag, just sent me a message saying the government, this is word for word, the UK government has said that our industry is not viable. So what's your response to that? I don't know if you've seen that. They're giving money to what they call viable industries, things that they believe can go. So, something that, a taxi is a viable industry because you can still need a taxi. They think because you don't immediately need to go to a nightclub tonight, they say it's not viable, which means they're not going to support it. And they can't support everyone, but it's such a terrible thing to say to an industry, you are not viable. So Carl's question to Carl is, what's your response to our government saying we're not viable?
Well, the government is absolutely 100% wrong. I mean, the people have spoken before. When we basically didn't have a pandemic, and then we were basically saying, look, we don't want to go to a nightclub and come out at 2 o'clock in the morning and be home by 3. We basically fought, as you know, for the right to party under everything that the police and the politicians put us under. They had to listen to the people. They had to give, festivals and clubs the ability to make sure that the people, at the end of the day, got what we would like to have in our lives, to be comfortable in our surroundings. And that's what happened. The thing is, it only happened because we all spoke. It's okay me speaking, but I'm just one person. We all have to speak out based on what now has been taken away from us. For them to say we're not viable, I mean, I like to see their tax accounts, based on how much we all have to pay, based on what they get in as revenue, because they allow these events to continue. I mean, it must be billions in billions. I mean, if we don't come back, they're losing billions and billions. And you know, the government don't like to lose billions. They want us to go back out and want us to work, but also they feel that they want to have egg in their face as well. If they allow us all to carry on and do what we like to do, and then the pandemic continues and you know, and then eventually goes into COVID-20 and then COVID-21, and it's all because of the industry as we know it. They can't keep blaming us for everything. It's just impossible. We've done right by everything that they want us to do. And it's just impossible for them to think that we're just not viable. I don't believe it. I won't believe it. You know, I continue to do what I do because I believe people still want to be entertained by the music, about what we play and what we do, and to what makes us happy, or what I know what makes other people happy. Now, you don't have to like my music. You don't have to follow my clubs or anything. But the thing is, I've been doing this without agenda for 40 years. Is because my heart and my soul and my spirit lives on within me to continue to do what I do at the level that I do it at. And at the end of the day, if we could basically come together, I don't care if what gender you are, you man, woman, or child. If you love the music, we have to basically, you know, make our voices heard in order to say of being viable, because the basic is saying that we don't exist. Or, you know, don't worry about them. They'll all fizzle out in the end of the day. We've been involved in this music for 30 years. Do you think we'd fizzle out by tomorrow? Do you think that this pandemic, at the end of the day, is going to take us under? There's no way. At the moment, the figures, at the moment, the figures are going up. But what you've got to do is just do the right thing as much as you can, get those figures down so we can get back out there and make our voices heard again. Get back in the club slowly but surely, build that back up again. At the end of the day, we're going to have all this COVID testing. We're going to basically get to a point where we understand and live with this, like we live with AIDS, like we live with Ebola, like we've lived with all the viruses that have come to us over the period of our lives. And I'm still here, and I'm the one that travels all over the world in viruses everywhere all over the world. And I've been sick most of the time, not almost, but I've been, you know, if my immune system's down, I know there's a virus out, I'm going to get sick. But it hasn't killed me yet. And I do understand and I do have sympathy for the ones that have, issues and problems and have died by COVID-19. Now, the thing is about it is, I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I know how hard the NHS works, and the people on the front line have been trying to protect people in the end of the day. But we can't keep locking us down every time there's one initial death. I mean, I remember at the end of the day that, you know, we had issues of alcoholism. And alcoholism, you know, amongst the deaths was of the highest order. But we never got locked down because people were dying from alcoholism. It's a situation which we have to understand and work with, and then to help others if they do have a problem with alcoholism. Now, if anyone's basically has issues with COVID-19, and you do try and help, what you can do is wear a mask, be understanding of the situation which is around us. This whole pandemic is just sideswiped us from another realm of a place which we've never had to deal with before. And at the moment, we're kind of dealing with it quite well, and we're not dealing with it well at all. And it's really playing on a lot of people's, you know, mental health. And it's not right that the government think that we're not viable, because in the end of the day, all we are is just human beings trying to get on in life, and the one chance that we have on this planet to enjoy ourselves. And to be locked down by it is incredible, and to be denied by it is incredible. We've worked way too long and way too hard to be where we are right now. I don't think so.
You know, obviously you're hugely popular already, but you just won a load more fans because not many people come out with what you said, which is just the government are wrong. That's a statement. You know, we are viable. We know that. You know, some of us are thriving during this situation, which is great. Some people are not thriving, and we've got to look after everyone. But as an industry together, you know, we've got some great people, you know, like Carl Over, who sent that question in, you know, who front and centre should be standing in Downing Street explaining this to people who are going to listen and act on it. Because, you know, I feel that some people are really going to get left behind if we can't motivate that. But and I know that we've got a discussion about this later, and I know we've got a meeting about all this tomorrow, so we can talk to, and anyone who wants to, that knows us and wants to get involved, we can reach out separately. I think what we need to do is, with a heavy heart, lighten the load, as they say. So there's something that's been going on throughout the pandemic that has definitely meant a lot to me. You know, I've got 3 lovely children. My 1-year-old looks forward to this as our Daddy Dancing Time. It is, of course, Cabin Fever. Started out as you in a pair of flip-flops playing a few of your records for your 150,000 vinyl collection that you're locked down with, you know, has now become a sort of massive show. You know, no matter what platform tries to stop it, we know that there's been some issues with platform I better not mention because we're probably on it at the moment. You know, that they've got issues with copyright issues with record labels. I know that you've got something special starting with Mixcloud this Sunday, who obviously support all the labels. They pay the labels, which is great. And obviously with Cabin Fever, you're basically sharing your record collection with the world. And now through Mixcloud, I'm going to be downloading it, which is quite good for me. Record companies obviously getting paid. But you know, it's been a really special show. It's been a focal point for a lot of people's week. Just got a message from Dee Parsons, who's like, you know, what's on the next Cabin Fever. You know, people are excited. It's kind of kept a lot of people going. So, and I know it's been really good for you. I know you've had some really tough times, you know, with your family situation and things during, you know, your father sadly passing, etc. During this pandemic, and you know, it's been really good for you. So really, you know, what was your best experience? I think we've only got a couple of minutes left. But what's been your best experience on Cabin Fever? I know Cabin Fever, the plan is to run it for at least another 8 years worth of, you know, I know you've got 57 years worth of records if you only do a 1 hour set every week. But what has been your best experience so far on Cabin Fever?
I mean, the thing is about, you know, sharing the love of music. I mean, in the sense of experience, I thought to myself, I mean, I've seen a lot of DJ streams and they're wonderful in their own right. I think some DJs could try better, and I think some have just been outstanding. But I mean, I had to basically be true to myself of who I am as an artist that basically came through the vinyl period, and to play music from vinyl in this realm, because a lot of people don't know. I mean, people know that I've got a big collection of records, but they've never really seen me use them. For the last 15 years, I haven't seen that, and because I've been around for, you know, for eons, my collection basically was started by my father in 1968. And I've been basically collecting vinyl all the way through until 2019. So you can imagine the music in there, the hip hop, house music, techno, hard techno, gabba, drum and bass, jungle, everything. I've got, you know, Rod Stewart in there. I've got Dolly Parton in there. I've got Elvis Presley. I've got everything in there. It's just mind blowing that I have all this music. And I thought, why don't I just? I mean, I'm here in Melbourne. I've got a garage full of all my records are here. And I just thought, what can I do to really get people to understand who I am and to get them to enjoy the love of the music that I have always shared to people. So I thought, why not just dip into my record collection and just play the records? So I was sitting there, and I've got a little studio down the end here, and I've got now turntables there, dusted them off, plugged them in, they all worked. And I just sat there and I put the camera on for my iPhone, and just run it live, and said, right, I'm gonna play my music, you know, of give you the history of really who I am, because, you know, obviously the now generation know me for house and techno music. People from my generation remember me for playing funk, soul, and disco and R&B and hip hop, but they don't see me play that of late. So this is a really good opportunity for them to see what I play. And then people who are interested in the reason why I'm still here after all these years with the music that I bought and what I've been involved in for so many years, it all stems from my record collection. So why don't I just share the love of my music and just play the records that got me here in the first place, and it created a great amount of interest. I said to people at the beginning of my show, and I always make a little spiel at the beginning of my show to get people to understand what the show's all about. Because if you don't like funk and soul music, then don't listen to it. Then just, you know, move on to someone else. If you do like funk and soul music, well, this is going to be the very best you're going to hear, because I lived through it all. I have it all. I went and physically bought these records with my pocket money or milk round money or paper round or whatever I could conjure up with the you know, to get about abundance of money to go and buy these records. And that's what I've done. So for years and years and years of buying records, and it just grew and grew and grew to over 150,000 pieces of them. So it would be a shame if I sat here and never played them. So I sat here and started playing them, and then started building up my audience because of that. But I suppose in the sense of the most gratifying, I think, because my father basically passed away this year, and that was very tough under COVID regime, because I wasn't able to go and see him you know, with the funeral, and I had to basically sit in this very chair and watch the funeral service on YouTube of him basically, you know, being buried and everything. I mean, it's one of the hardest things you have to go through. But you know what, the music, in the end of the day, got me through. And what I did was, on one of the shows, I said that I would basically play the music of which I got influenced by, and play my father's record collection. And can you imagine how hard that was to play? Because, you know, he influenced me by playing music. Now I'm playing music, but he can't hear the music I'm playing. But I'm sure in the sense of my realm was my spirit, he knows that I'm up there, you know, playing the music that I know that he would like to hear. And that was probably one of the most touching moments of my entire life, sharing a love of music to loads of people that was out there that listened, that understood the records I was choosing and why I was choosing them, to the point of that this was amazing. The love and support that I got out there was just unfathomable. And it's all because of love and sharing the love of music. So once I've done that show, I sat back, you know, tears in my eyes. I was, you know, very choked up by it in the end of the day. But it's me being a DJ, sharing the music from my father's point of view. And that was very, very gratifying in the end of the day, even though he had passed. But it was also closure for me to be able to carry on, because I know that my mum and my dad, that have both passed, would be the ones that would be happy to know that I'm still kind of flying the Cox family flag for music.
I've got to say, it was a really special show. For people who didn't see it, you know, the Prime Minister of Barbados, no less, came in live on the Zoom screen behind you to sort of pay her respects and talk about a DJ mate of hers. And it was a really special show. It was very emotional to watch, you know, for a lot of people. What was interesting, you talked about earlier, and I know we've got to wind it up because somebody's going like this in the air. Yeah. You said, you know, people don't like the show, they switch off, or they can switch off. When you started playing your dad's old Calypso records, nobody switched off, numbers went up. And what it is, it's not so much what you're playing, it's how you're playing it and how you're sharing it. And, you know, whether somebody's listening to like a hard techno set, you know, Chicago, something uplifting, or, you know, Soul Divas, or a funk show, or an 80s funk show, or a disco show, you know, the audience are enjoying it because it's, you know, you're sharing music. And, you know, obviously putting it on Mixdown as an audio archive means that I can get in the car, if I'm ever allowed to go anywhere, so, you know, with an hour's journey, you go, I want to listen to the funk show, because it's a great show, 30 great tracks that I can listen to. But I think, you know, obviously, we need to sign off in a second. We're here to support the Brighton Music Conference, and in the wider context, you know, all our friends in entertainment, in hospitality, in obviously in nightlife and music. So, you know, obviously we wish everyone well, but they're going to stay safe. I think, is there anything you want to say to everyone before they go? And anybody wants to send in any more comments or questions? Carl actually does all his own stuff, so he'll answer everything himself over time. But is there anything, Carl, you want to say before we get out of here?
Well, the thing is, you know, I love you all, always have done, always will do. The support that you guys have given me has just been unfathomable, even in these COVID times, and me being here on lockdown, which hasn't been easy, as you can imagine. I mean, my life is all about going and see you guys at the end of the day. And you guys, if I could get everyone in my front room having a party, I would do it tomorrow. You know, somewhere along the line, we're going to go out and have an amazing events all over the world. But, you know, for me, at the end of the day, I'm doing the right thing. I'm complying as much as I would like to comply. And I here in Melbourne at the moment, you know, things are looking a little bit better. I could have chosen to be in England. I could have chosen to stay in America. But I choose to be at a place where I felt, you know, comfortable and happy to be able to do what I'm doing today. And even speaking to you today from here, I think is a really major step to be able to still reach out to you guys and to tell you my story of where I am at the moment. I mean, it's not all good for me either. And I just have to deal with it. I mean, I know some people have been watching my Facebook pages based on my veggie patch, which I started, and my vegetable garden, my banana bread, which has gone down an absolute storm. I do like cooking and sharing love of food as well. But these things are the things that I'm doing. It's normal. It's kind of nice for me to kind of step back and reflect a little bit based on what's happened here. But I'm telling you, I'm not stopping. I'm going full force. I'm at the moment building a live electronic show together with Awesome Soundwave. I mean, some of you might have seen what I've done already with Mystery Lands Festival, where we had our own ASW stage and that kind of thing. I'm really getting back into it, even more so than ever before. I'm not taking my foot off the gas. It's impossible to do that. So to rest assured, everyone out there, that I'm not going anywhere. I'm going to come back. And at some point, I don't want to do COVID parties. I don't want to do those. I think it's a bit difficult in these times to get the vibe and the feeling back by what we used to have. We need to get our scene and our vibe back to where it was. And that means no social distancing at all. It means be safe. We'll look out and look after each other out there, of course, but this is the only way it's going to work. And seriously, we are viable. We have to be viable. The government needs to understand that we exist and we don't exist. I refuse for them to put us under the carpet and try to see if we're going to shoo away. No way. So if anything, this is just the beginning of us all coming together from the industry, from people who basically clean the club to the DJs that play and the artists and everyone else is involved in creating these events all over the world. And, you know, I can't give it up that easy. It's not possible.
Carl,
so
that attitude is why you are the king. I've got to say, on behalf of anybody, if anybody is with us, I want to say real thanks for everything you're doing for us all. And, you know, for everyone that's taking part in the Brighton Music Conference, you know, it's really important to let your voice be heard.
Welcome to BMC 2020. It's a tough act to follow Carl Cox, the king, but we hope this panel will be insightful and provide some interesting ideas and future strategies for you to implement around diversity and inclusion in the electronic music industry. The panel today is hosted by the Association for Electronic Music, which is a not-for-profit trade association created to represent the interests of the companies and individuals who are involved in the electronic music industry and to advocate for best practices for the genre. As I mentioned, this topic is around diversity and inclusion, and it's a topic that's been on many people's radar for the past few years, but 2020 has rightly so brought it even further up the agenda as we undergo probably one of the biggest transformations many generations will have ever seen, from the Black Lives Matter movement to a number of different sexual harassment moments from Eric Murillo and the kind of electronic music's Me Too moment. It feels like this is the right time to be discussing this, and like I said, hopefully we will present some interesting ideas around the future of diversity and how you can implement new strategies. The case for diversity, diverse culture is very clear. Numerous reports highlight that a diverse culture would generate 2 times more likely to meet financial targets. A company that's diverse is 6 times more likely to be innovative and agile, 8 times more likely to achieve better business results, and the list of benefits really outweighs any other reason not to have a diverse culture. So before we go into it and explain what diversity is, we'd like to, I guess, introduce everyone on the panel, explain who you are and what you're doing. So we can start with Samantha.
Hi, thank you, Inda. My name is Professor Samantha Warren. I'm a professor in organisation studies at the University of Portsmouth, but I am also a member of the female DJ collective SISU, and I'm behind the platform In the Key of She, which is investigating the career experiences of female identifying and non-binary electronic music producers. And I'm also a co-chair of the AFM Diversity and Inclusion Group.
Excellent. Thanks for the great intro, Inda. My name's Raj Ramanandi. I'm the co-CEO and co-founder of Inchorus, which is a technology company and training company more and more these days focused on inclusion. We do a fair bit of work across the music industry, particularly in the electronic music industry, and work very closely with AFM, but we can talk a bit more about that later.
Hi, my name's Shino Parker. I'm the co-founder and director of Motion Artist Music, and I'm also a member of the AFM Diversity and Inclusion Group.
Amazing, thank you. And I'm Inda. I work in a company called Graphite, which is an entertainment company focused around brand partnerships and innovation, and we also manage a number of artists. Obviously, we've got an incredible panel here, very broad set of backgrounds and experiences in the industry. But before we kick into it, I guess the first thing we want to do is, we hear the term diversity and inclusion used quite a lot, but many people don't really understand the difference between the two. And I guess one of the first things we want to do is really break this down as a starting point. So Shino, if you could define what improving diversity means and looks like in electronic music, please.
So I think the most important thing is to, first of all, look at the origins and the roots of electronic music. And what's really interesting about it is that it's born from gay clubs in Chicago, black and Latino disco. It's made from technology that's been that we've bought from across every continent, and it's also been enjoyed by people, millions of people around the world. And on the dance floor, everyone feels equal. Kind of fast forward to the millennium, and what we've kind of seen is that we've got the creators and the people working within the industry, unfortunately, being very white and male. So for me, the future looks like not having to point out that a lineup is all male, not having to look at a speaker conference lineup and say that there's nobody of varying ethnicities on there, and also not being trolled for calling it out on social media.
That's very interesting. And Raj, I guess from your perspective, how would you define the term inclusion in the context of electronic music workplaces and events?
So whenever we talk about inclusion, we're talking about the culture. So we differentiate diversity and inclusion. And diversity is about the numbers, is how people and in what numbers they're being represented based on their differences. Their protected characteristics, which we can talk about a bit later. But the inclusion side of things is about what kind of culture exists within the workplaces, in the various environments that make up a particular industry. And are you welcoming that diversity within that culture? So yeah, I don't know whether you'd add anything to that, Samantha. But.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with everything that's already been said. But for me, inclusion is about being able to be yourself and not have to change yourself to fit into that culture, which I'll talk a bit more about that in a little while. And diversity, for me, there's sort of kind of two sides to it, really. There's the visibility element, which is super important for representation, role models, and so on. But there's also the behind-the-scenes element as well, the more invisible stuff, which is, having minorities in positions of influence and power as well, that may not be quite so visible, but actually, if you like, are kind of the rudder steering the ship. So yeah, there's a whole load of issues, I think, that come in.
Amazing. And Raj, I guess I've been following your journey probably for the last 2-3 years. I think and we'll learn a little bit more about what Inchorus does. But one of the things you've been doing is working with the AFEM on an industry initiative to tackle systemic racism, discrimination and bias in workplaces and events as well. Could you tell us a bit more about the objectives and the project?
Yeah, sure. So coming back to that point about workplace cultures, and how companies across industries, this is not, the electronic music industry is no different to any other in any kind of potentially bad ways. But companies are capturing or managing their culture in the wrong way. They are, or they're not managing it at all. It's as if it's not something that can be proactively improved. Part of the problem is that when a company looks at any business function, they are looking at the data. But when it's come to managing culture, they're lacking the right kinds of data, in our opinion. So they might be capturing data from engagement surveys in sort of potentially medium to large size companies are more and more frequently kind of doing annual surveys where they're capturing how the workforce feels about certain things, such as I know, line management or their workload or the new coffee machine. At the other end of the spectrum, companies might be capturing cultural data from exit interviews or whistleblowing solutions, which again we think is valuable data, but not particularly representative of what we're obsessed with, which is what is the lived experience, what happens day in, day out, and what are the everyday behaviors and interactions which ultimately define what a culture is for us. So in Chorus, its genesis was based very much on leaning into the academic research in this field, particularly around microaggressions, which I'll explain in a second. Now, that study is over 50 years old, born from the civil rights movement, and numerous universities will be exploring and researching in their psychology departments the effects of them, the definitions of them, the manifestations of them, and potential ways to improve the situation. So we were very lucky to work with one of the leading academics in the field, Professor Gina Torino, who essentially co-wrote the seminal text on microaggressions, which are not the more serious incidents of bias and harassment that happen, but the more subtle, but the far more frequent incidents. And so working with her, we designed a fairly simple web app where anyone in a workplace can log an incident anonymously in about 60 seconds. So it's that background that we think is really important to try and bring into industries and try and bring that way of working into more and more companies. And so the initiative with AFM is about trying to get the industry to work together and have a few companies leading leading the pack, if you like, to say, we're going to embrace this way of working, and essentially kick off with a little bit of research across the industry where we get some insights as to what are the day-to-day behaviors, what is the culture actually like, who is it affecting, are they reporting these things, and off the back of that data set, we would like to, as a collective, so very much led by AFM, ourselves, and there are two big players that we're not announcing just yet that are joining us, and we're looking for a couple more that will be party to that research, disseminating it across the industry, and then sitting together to look at looking at what those problems are, not so that we can dump those problems back on the industry, but very much with the lens of here are the insights we have. Let's together look at the evidence-based best solutions to those kinds of problems, and then again, collectively, I say that a lot, collaboratively start implementing those solutions. There's no other way that you can start making that kind of wholesale cultural change alone. We think it requires collaboration. We think it requires sweating those small details and looking at the lived experience. And we think it requires that kind of approach to take a much more preventative approach to some of those more serious incidents that you spoke about, Inder, at the beginning, that we're seeing more and more, because if the culture's ignored, those bigger incidents can kind of, smack you in the face and surprise you all.
Yeah, I guess it's interesting because when you think of the topic of diversity and inclusion, there's a natural assumption that it's the demographic data of a company, for example, right? What's the makeup of male to female and wage gaps and everything like that, which are extremely important topics. They're macro topics to look at an organization or an industry from a top line perspective, but I guess what you're doing is on a more micro level, understanding the behaviors of an organization where they might not truly understand if they are inclusive, or they might believe that there is no sexual harassment that occurs within the organization, because it's not to the level of rape, for example. But it's still equally as harmful at a smaller level, which creates uncomfort for people.
You nail it on the head. I think it's, we're very much focused on the macro and the bigger incidents, but all of that doesn't happen the macro incidents don't happen in a vacuum. They're happening in a continuum of, as I talked about behaviors, interactions. A meeting a meeting in a workplace is almost a cornerstone of how work happens. And if there is discrimination or bias happening at that level, it's going to seep its way throughout the whole industry. So I feel that the obsession in many industries is looking at pay gap, which was important. Looking at pay gaps, what we now are starting to term stay gaps, is what are the retention data's like. But the why as to why they are where they are and how you move them, the clues are in those micro details.
Yeah. It's fascinating. I guess just onto the next point on this one, and I think data clearly seems to be one of the foundational points of building a diverse music industry, as well as a diverse and inclusive organization, and collecting this data in the right way and collecting credible data is of course hugely important. And Samantha, it'd be really interesting to learn more about the AFEM survey that you've been working on, which I guess you can tell us a little bit more about it and how you went about it.
Yeah, sure. This is a project that the Diversity and Inclusion Group have been working on for way before I became involved. Shino, I believe you kicked this off a couple of years ago now. Sarah Hilderling from the Netherlands and also Hanai Brand have also been involved. And what we were trying to do before, in fact, we had the relationship beginning with Chorus, was to get this evidence base and data from the industry about how people feel about diversity and inclusion, because I think you're absolutely right, Inda. The numbers are really important, but they don't actually tell you the lived experience, the term that Raj used just now, which is one of my favourites. How does it actually feel to work in this context? So the survey itself has 48 questions, which by and large cover people's feelings, beliefs, opinions about diversity and inclusion and their own experiences. And we sent the first wave out for people to fill in September to December 2019. And it went out via the AFEM networks, BMC's networks, AIM, ADE, and generally on social media. And we got 229 respondents. And that was, interestingly, about a 50-50 gender split. So that was quite interesting, given what we know about the male dominance across the industry. Looking more deeply at who filled the survey in, we were a little bit disappointed, but unfortunately not that surprised. 80% of the survey respondents were white, or described themselves as white. 80% described themselves as straight, predominantly from the UK, Netherlands and Germany, but we did get responses from about 12 countries. So what was interesting, and what we were deliberately trying to do with the survey, was to get data beyond the live sector. So this was about industry players, perhaps more behind the scenes, where the limelight on diversity and inclusion is perhaps not shone so directly. And 68% of the people that filled the survey in were from record labels and distribution, a further 13% from the tech sector. So that's exactly what happened. We did actually get that sector involved. So what did we find out? Well, some headlines, which is all we have time for, obviously, on this panel. Good news, 90% of the people that filled it in saw the organisational and business benefits of having a diverse and inclusive organisation and culture. However, 20% still considered that D&I was not a problem in our industry. Now, I know that means that 80% of people do consider it's a problem, but that's still a fifth of people that filled it in that said, yeah, it's important, but it's not a problem for us here in this industry. So I think that's quite an interesting finding. In terms of what we do about that, and I should also say that the original idea and driver for the survey was around gender diversity, but also from an intersectional dimension, which, as I said, a predominantly white sample, straight sample, has issues, and that's something that we need to address in future years. But to go back to what we do about that, we asked a series of questions about positive action, about quotas for hiring of people from minorities. And whilst 90% of the people that responded would support positive action, interestingly, only 57% support quotas. So, that kind of harder line of actually we're going to have 50-50 across our organisation is not something that's particularly well supported. And I found it quite interesting that 30% of that 57% were women and non-binary respondents. But then, paradoxically, 3/4 of the survey respondents also felt that we should not go beyond a measure of merit when we're hiring. So although they're saying, 90% of people are saying we need positive action, 75% of people are saying, yeah, but actually merit is the only thing that should count when you're hiring someone. So there's a contradiction there, which, and I think as Raj said earlier, we're not alone in this in the electronic industry, in having these contradictions. As we expected, findings confirm that most organisations have a minority of women. 65% of the respondents work in companies with less than 1 in 4 women on the management team. So that's 25% or less women. And women are twice as likely than men to feel they are in a minority at work. And the fact that has come out of this is that 3/4 of those people feel that they had to act like one of the lads. Now, there were also some men who said the same thing. But the fact that you have to, as we were saying about inclusion earlier, that in order to fit in as a minority, you have to pretend to be somebody you're not, takes a huge psychological toll and has all sorts of organisational implications for engagement, for retention and so on, and just general well-being. So even though they feel in a minority, the men that said they felt in the minority still said they felt they belonged in the organisation. So I think that's quite telling, that even when you're a minority, you still feel that you should be there, whereas for the women, that was less the case. Coming down to the bullying and harassment element of the survey, 61% of the women that identified as a minority have experienced harassment of some sort. 42% of those were in the workplace, and not a single male respondent reported harassment. So I think that's quite a stark finding and something that we need to work on. And finally, the women who identified as a minority said they were half as likely as their male counterparts to feel their work is taken seriously. So going back to the microaggressions, these are the kinds of things that just chip away at your day-to-day confidence as someone who doesn't feel they particularly belong. They have to be somebody that they're not. They have to behave in different ways, and that they're not taken seriously. So yeah, that's some of the findings that have come out of the survey for this year.
Yeah, it's really fascinating. And I guess, touching on it, the importance of an industry collecting this data, and people also, I think a lot of times people might see these surveys coming up and not choose to take part in them. And I think the importance of actually sharing that information and collectively as an industry, putting our thoughts together is hugely important, because we then get people able to theorize about how we can change this and what we can actually do to make a difference. Where can people find out more about the survey?
Yep, it's going to be available on the Association for Electronic Music website. The full report is being prepared. It's a lot later than we expected because COVID. I know that's the stock excuse, but it's made life very difficult for lots of people in lots of ways in this industry. So yeah, the full analysis and the full results will be available. The new survey is also about to be launched, so please, we want people to fill it in, and we particularly want to encourage people from BAME communities, people from gender expansive communities and so on, to complete the survey so that we can have that cross-sectional, intersectional data set, because at the moment what we've got is mainly data from white, straight people, albeit 50-50 men and women.
Interesting. And I do wonder if there are ways to promote these types of surveys in different contexts that they do resonate with a wider target audience for them to want to engage with it. I think these are questions that we have to ask ourselves when we do see the sample is not representative of the industry that we're targeting. I think there is a shake-up required in a number of different ways, and that's not discrediting the work. I think it's just a question we should be asking. Sheena, from an AFEM perspective, I guess it's really interesting. But yeah, AFEM has been talking and thinking about and acting on diversity topics and inclusion topics for a long period of time, and pushing for diversity to be front of mind when people are making employment decisions or programming event lineups and conference panels. Touching on that latter point of conference panels, I know AFEM are launching a diversity charter concept for conferences to create, I guess, more diverse conference panels. And can you touch on that and give some insight into what the objectives of this are?
Sure. So the Diversity Charter has been created to advocate for diversity considerations to be front of mind when finalising panel lineups and looking at the overall programme of speakers at a conference. We all know how difficult it is to actually have a balanced panel whilst also pairing that with your speaker expertise. It's not that easy. I've tried to do it myself a few times and it is really difficult. But we're hoping with a few key principles that we'll be launching that all the electronic music conferences that are partner with AFEM will be able to use this resource. I'm going to read to some of the principles. So, strive to avoid panels with only one ethnicity of speaker and to attain balance of speaker ethnicity across full conference programme. To strive to avoid single gender panels and to attain gender balance across the full programme with an overall target figure of 50-50. And where possible, seek to provide speaker opportunities to new talent and to speakers who are less established on the conference circuit. Inquire about speaker options with relevant companies to help broaden potential speaker choices in line with diversity requirements to ensure the correct person for the panel. So, yeah. Interesting.
I guess just touching on the reason of why it's so important that panel lineups are diverse as much as event lineups are is, on the one hand, and I'm sure there's other reasons as well which you could touch on, like why this is happening, but for the next generation to come through being from a diverse background to then see people who are similar to themselves, maybe from a similar background in positions of power or able to thrive in an industry that they might have thought is not as diverse, I think is hugely important. But what are the other reasons that, I guess, why do we need diverse conference panels?
Well, I mean, from my own personal experience, I can go back only maybe 4 years, and I've been quite often the only female in the audience, right? So, and then been quite often the only female on a panel, and that's been quite difficult for me on a personal level. It affects your confidence, and I think being in the audience and seeing a completely diverse lineup will fill anybody who is feeling in a minority, will give them confidence to be able to speak and to be able to strive and to be a success, basically.
It's interesting. I just wanted to jump into your research because I think it's a nice segue into this whole piece. And you've been progressing a lot of work and research around understanding and addressing gender imbalance in the production of electronic music as opposed to the performance of it. So can you tell us a bit more about what do the current imbalance look like, and what do you think are the reasons for this situation?
Yeah, I'd be delighted. And just to pick up on that, it's also about claiming expertise. It's about sort of decentering the expertise from the cisgendered white male of a certain age, and showing that actually there's a whole range of expertise from all sorts of different sectors. And I think that's important for everybody to see, not just minorities. So yeah, I think that's super important for conferences, and the diversity charter's excellent. But my research has been around, as you rightly said, about the production of electronic music, because whilst there's a lot of female DJs, and I'm particularly looking at gender in this research, there were, at the time I started doing this research, I could find far less women producers of electronic music. And in a digital age, I don't want to teach anyone to suck eggs here, but we are seeing a move from DJing as a source of reputational capital through to production being that important asset to have if you want to be taken seriously as an artist. And so if women aren't doing that, we've got a problem on our hands, because bookers are booking artists and not just DJs. So that was what motivated the research. And in terms of numbers, it's exceptionally difficult to get a handle on the numbers of women producers. And when I say women, I do mean women, female identifying and gender expansive. The 2% figure, you may have heard this around, 2% of music is produced by women, 98% produced by men. That actually comes from the Annenberg Inclusion Initiative, which is based in LA. And it's not electronic music. It's based on an annual survey of the top 600 Billboard songs, pop songs, on a 6-year rolling period. And that's where that figure comes from. 2% of the people on the credits of those tracks are women. But there are some anecdotal pieces of evidence from our industry. They're going back a little while now. 2010, 2011, only 7% of registered Ableton users were not men. And I quite regularly, it's quite sad, but I quite regularly add up the number of tracks not made by men in the Beatport Top 100. I literally count them. I look for, it's not particularly scientific because I'm just looking at DJs' names and checking people out if they're androgynous. There's usually somewhere between 5 and 10 tracks out of 100 that are not made by men. I went through the hype charts the other day, 900 pieces of music, and there were 25 or 26 that were not made by men. I mean, obviously, I didn't look at every single artist, so this is not a scientific study, but it gives us a flavour. And that's fascinating to me. Why, in an age when technology is democratising music production, that's what we've been told, why is this happening? So some of the underlying reasons that have come from the research so far, and I've done about 50 interviews now with female and female identifying and non-binary producers. EDM production, it's very, very techy, fairly obviously, really. And girls are put off tech at a very young age. They still are. The technology is coded masculine from a very young age. A lot of this is gaming technology. You've only got to look at a studio and you don't think girl. There's nothing there that speaks to us on this subliminal symbolic level. So we've got an issue from the beginning that we're not encouraging girls to get excited by technology and for it to be cool to be into tech. I've also found that, this is particularly coming from the labels that I've interviewed, that women tend not to submit their tracks to labels. Interestingly, some people would disagree with that by saying, yes, I do. But the labels, both male and female owned, have been saying, women aren't sending us their tracks. What are we supposed to do? A lot of women self-release, certainly the people I've been talking to, because frankly they can control their creative product. They don't have to deal with an industry that perhaps they find difficult. But it does mean that smaller labels fall under the radar, maybe. Hostile environments. We're going to come on to this in a lot more detail in a moment, but or perhaps unwelcome environments where people feel unwelcome, both offline and online, are a contributing factor. One of the reasons that people don't come forward for panels who are from minorities is the fear of the negative publicity around that, or that they don't feel confident being a minority on that panel. And online situations are particularly horrific. There's been one this week with a producer who put a studio session up on Facebook, and just a whole raft of misogynistic, unnecessary, nasty comments. So why would you put yourself in that position? These are broader cultural issues that we have to sort of look at. But it puts women off being very visible, because what I found in my research is there are loads of women producing music, just that we're not seeing them in the, they're not getting the exposure.
Interesting. And just to double check, how much time do we have left? We've got 10 minutes. All right, so we have quite a few things that we wanted to run through, but I want to get more concise now and make sure that we cover all of the most important topics. Raj, I want to discuss with you very quickly. This year has been, I think for many people, probably the strangest year of their existence, probably since birth. So one of the things I wanted to ask is, it's really taken the public outcry of and demonstration following the unlawful killing of George Floyd in the US in May to kind of bring to rise the issue of systemic racism. And it created a domino effect across numerous industries for people to really wake up and realize how unfair and imbalanced the world really is in many different ways. Large organizations have, in some cases, very rightly so, and hopefully it's not just a gesture that's going to disappear in a few years, but they've pledged funds and put their foot forward to try and make a difference. In some cases, investing millions to change the makeup of their organizations, but smaller companies struggle to do so. And so it would just be good to hear from you what, when these smaller companies are wondering what should they really do, what would be your suggestion and thoughts?
It's a great question, and obviously the music industry is particularly made up of lots of smaller organizations. One of the key points is collaboration. So, we talked about this earlier, but what can smaller organizations learn from the bigger organizations in their industry who have the resources and bandwidth to kind of perhaps take this not more seriously, but kind of lean into action a little bit more. So that's one of the things that we are very keen to be one of the core outcomes of the work that we're doing with AFM on the collective is sharing best practice. And almost, we talk about open sourcing what companies are doing around D&I. So what can smaller organizations learn from larger organizations? That's one of the things. The other thing that has put off smaller companies who often have the will, but are a little bit wary of where to start. And so another one of the key outcomes for us from the collective is to sense make for smaller organizations is, what should they be doing, and where can they get access to be able to do that, free or cheap? There's a big fear that doing this is expensive, and we don't think it has to be. Getting the right policy in place isn't expensive. Making sure that you have someone in senior management that oversees and is responsible for diversity and inclusion isn't expensive. Making sure that you have some basic training that you roll out for your, even if your team is 5 people, doesn't have to be expensive, and that's something that we are very keen to kind of get out there. So there are some key pillars that we've rolled out in other industries, and we can see the value of that, those same initiatives being rolled out in the music industry. But we don't want to preempt that. We want to lean into the data, understand what the specific challenges for this industry are, and then come together to find those solutions and really drive systemic change, as you said. Systemic change is not something that bigger organizations have been particularly keen on promoting either. I think there's been lots of statements of goodwill, but there hasn't been leaning into action. That's something that we are very keen to progress.
Thank you. And I just wanted to touch on sexual harassment. And a few years ago, I remember I was at a panel at IMS and I heard someone say, when is the electronic music industry going to have its Me Too moment? And I think we just did with Eric Murillo. And, in essentially, I'm sure most people know what happened, but, someone who essentially is accused of numerous sexual assault and rape allegations, and in his death, glorified by an industry in many cases, primarily by men. Sheena, I just wanted to ask you a question about this on a broader level. Can you tell us a little bit more about the code of conduct against sexual harassment that the AFM has launched? And also, if you can just touch on the sexual harassment assault line.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I think it was 2 years ago now, we launched the sexual harassment helpline in response to reports that both our general manager, Greg Marshall, and our old CEO, Mark Lawrence, had kind of been receiving from members of the industry. And at that time, the Me Too movement in electronic music was not ready. So we launched a helpline in order to give people a support network, really. After that launch, we kind of looked at everything and we kind of agreed that actually improving the future was as, if not more important than kind of confronting the past. So the D&I group, led by Sarah Hildering and Matt Adele, pulled together a code of conduct, wrote a code of conduct for the industry. We've consulted members of AFEM, and we're hoping that will have a public launch within the next month or 2 maximum. It's been launched to our membership, and so it's imminent at the moment. Just something that I want to touch on regarding helpline and looking for support is it's really important that people use it and it's there. People don't report sexual harassment. They don't feel comfortable reporting sexual assaults. And just having a line there is so important for people in terms of your own mental health as well. Me knowing that that line is there and that somebody can call it at any point, it's a 24-hour helpline, is great. But we do need to encourage people to use it. We definitely do. And it's something that I think we all need to do as an industry.
I agree. Thank you. I think it's an important topic to raise and something that needs more attention and awareness for people to feel comfortable to use these kind of initiatives when they need them. Now I know we're running out of time, so I just want to very quickly, if we can just touch on the top line narrative here was around what effective mechanisms are there currently and what more needs to be done to promote diversity and inclusion, fight racism and discrimination. Now this is a topic we could be discussing this all day long and probably not even touch the surface, but if you could just give me your quick 2 cents from around this topic and what you feel really needs to be the focus.
I'll go first because I'm sitting next to you. I think it's everybody's responsibility. I think it's about everybody's job to examine their own privilege, to speak up when they see something that they don't agree with and that makes them uncomfortable.
I was doing a breakfast session earlier this week and a similar question came up. And somebody's response was that their company gave them time to think about these things. So it's not always about money. It's not always about bandwidth or expertise, but it's having the time to have the conversation. And so what we advocate is, make the time. And if organisations like AFM are helping with resources, that's a great combination.
I think for me is for all of us to take a look at ourselves, understand that we all have some level of unconscious bias, to use the resources that are available to us, especially from AFM, and to improve ourselves.
Thank you. And I guess what's really fascinating for me is even in the middle of probably, like I said, the craziest, most transformative period that any generation would have experienced for a very long time, we have opportunities like BMC to come together as an industry to make tangible goals and create some sort of change around how we're going to make these ambitions real. One of the things I think is very interesting, and you're seeing it right now, is the rewiring of our systems. Like the systems, the behaviors, the cultures are all being really attacked and addressed, rightly so. And I think what we need to do is have these conversations, continue having them, have those tangible goals and try and make those ambitions real and really think about how we're rebuilding our system, our culture for the future generations. So thank you. Have we got 5 minutes left? I've got 5 minutes. We keep going.
Who bought that time?
Yeah.
Okay, I guess, we can continue from here. If we were going to touch on, let's see, we've talked about data, we've talked about sexual harassment. Anything you would add on some of the things you're working on? Or actually, we're talking specifically around mechanisms. Are there any companies that you're looking at or have seen, or organizations, initiatives that you think we could take inspiration from, not just from the music industry, but looking outside of music?
I can say that I'm speaking on a panel at ADE, and we will be looking at other industries and see where we can learn from. So one of the companies that will be joining us will be somebody from Netflix. I understand that they have done brilliantly when it comes to diversity within their company, and I think it's something that the electronic music industry could do so much better with is to actually look to other industries instead of trying to solve everything within our own industry. Sometimes it's good to look at others and learn from them. So I think Netflix are a good example.
I don't know much about I've read, I know they had a big culture playbook, which was 80 slides long, which is an interesting read actually, but I haven't looked into their diversity and inclusion work, but I will do. I think the point that Sheena makes about looking at other industries is really valuable, and it's particularly interesting. It's useful for us to be, as in Chorus, working in other industries, and then also having some deeper conversations in the electronic music industry. Oftentimes, there is a feeling that your industry is the worst. Sometimes there's a feeling that it's the best. And I think the reality is they're all very similar. It was really interesting listening to some of your stats from your research. They mirror a lot of other industries. I think, so for example, in the technology industry, I think it's about 3% of startup funding goes to women. And you're talking about producers making up roughly 2 to 3%. What am I saying? I'm going to come back to that same point again. Is what can you learn from other industries? But to make meaningful change, you have to have a category that is working together, and it's very difficult to do that across industries. But yeah, the beauty with something like what AFM is trying to do is bringing these smaller, larger companies together with resources and some of the data that we're collecting. I think it's quite a powerful combination.
And just to say that within the industry, to bring the focus back within, there are particularly a couple of labels really doing a lot of work in terms of positive action, particularly around female producers, where they're actively soliciting contributions by women, and they're being inundated with excellent quality tracks, and they're finding fresh new sounds, and there's all of this cool stuff going on. But equally, there are also people who are afraid to do that because of this so-called backlash. This idea that the status quo will be disrupted. Well, I would say go ahead and disrupt it, because we need to do that. Silence is not an option. It's no good sitting there being comfortable. Everyone needs to be shaken up, really. But there are some great labels out there doing that already. Toolroom are one of them. Hospital are just starting a mentorship scheme for female producers in drum and bass, which is going really well. And so, it's about being strong, sticking a stake in the sand and saying, we're going to do this, and it's important. And you might not agree, but this is what we're going to do anyway, because change won't happen otherwise.
Yeah, it's fascinating. I love to look at sport as an example and see what are the changes that are being done there. Look at the FA, for example, collaboration with Disney to basically get more women into football, and it's an interesting campaign you can have a look at. And even big media organizations like Channel 4 broadcasting the Paralympics and doing it in one of the most empowering ways possible. It became one of the greatest campaigns I think people have seen on television. I think these are the small changes where it's about looking at an underserved or underrepresented community and thinking, how do we present them in a way that actually brings more attention to them? And that's I think it's a role for the whole industry, but also big media organizations and brands and global corporations have a very important role to play when it comes to this kind of transformation and creating a more diverse and representative industry. But as I said, there's so many interesting ways that we can explore this further. I would suggest everyone to follow everyone on the panel, and if you have any questions, dig further and enjoy the rest of BMC. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
The world is cold and times are bad. Every time I think about it, it makes me sad. War and drugs are everywhere, and it's getting so hard to breathe the air. But it doesn't have to be like this. All the rancor and bitterness. If we can just open our eyes, we can make the world a paradise. Someday we'll live as one family in perfect harmony. Someday when we all pull together, we will all be free. Free from the pressure and the prejudice, we can change it all with tenderness. There'll be no void between black and white. We'll be able to walk the streets at night. I won't be fooled while someone dies of starvation. The whole world will be my nation. We will walk hand in hand. I'll go to South Africa and be called woman. Someday we'll live as one family in sweet harmony. Someday when we all pull together, we will all be free.
I want you to get up I want you to get up. 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 Right now. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller. I want you to get up. 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 Right now. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. 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 I want you to get up. Don't go out anymore. Don't go out anymore. Don't go out anymore. I want you to get up. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as bad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore! I want you to get up. Right now. I want you to get up. Right now. I want you to get up. Right now. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. Right now. 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 I want you to get up. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. I want you to get up.
Hello, welcome back now to the Brighton Music Conference. I'm Ben Rush, and I'm going to be doing a panel here about the Music Mission. First of all, we're just going to quickly introduce the rest of the panel here. So if you'd like to start down that end.
Hi, I'm Paul Ridney, DJ across Europe for Cafe Mambo in Ibiza, also a resident there. Release music on multitude of labels. At the moment, Let There Be House, New State, Glasgow Underground. Previously, Toolroom, Defected, Size, lots of labels. That's me.
Hello, Simon Berkhamshaw here from Labelworks, one of the senior members, also producer, DJ, various other hats within the music industry, been involved for about 6 years now, and it's a pleasure to be here today.
Hello, my name's Jay. I go by the stage name of Kovu. I'm the product manager and co-founder of Southpoint, a local label here in Brighton, focusing on underground dance music in general. I run the breakfast show over on Trickstar Radio, which is a radio station in Brighton, essentially focusing on underground music, and I handle the podcast and reviews for Juno Download. So.
There's been a lot of quick changes sort of going along to sort of make this all happen. So I have to thank Jay for coming literally straight from that show. So appreciate that.
It was worth the sprint.
So yeah, well, we want to cover quite a few bits and pieces though this morning, and then we want to go into sort of a discussion really about what is the future in this aspect. So the Music Mission, in case those sort of missed it, it's actually been a partnership with Audiolock and Labelworks as well, and this was really to try and resolve something that had been aware to us for some time, and we couldn't actually do anything in Audiolock, which I'm the founder of. But so back in 2017, it was something that we were picking up then, and it was a sort of growing problem. And what this is piracy in a very different way. This is piracy where there's no free. So this is download stores, essentially, but illegal ones. And now these really manifest themselves rather than sort of your Traxsource, Beatport and Juno, where you're paying sort of per download. These are ones which are done on very much more the Netflix model. So you're paying a monthly subscription and you can usually sort of consume as much as you like, really. There are some sort of changes to that, and they do limit it in certain ways. And we're not talking here as well about those who are really cutting the prices right down and offering it ridiculously cheap. You know, the sort of average price here is around sort of $45 a month. So a significant amount of money that's actually being paid for the consumption of downloads still. And we'll go a little bit more later into sort of why downloads are so important still, and it is a sort of hidden area of revenue. But what the Music Mission was set up to do was to try and tackle these. And so initially, we sort of looked into this, and we're talking here, when we talk about legitimate stores, very much about Traxsource, Beatport and Juno Download here being the sort of the largest sort of part of it. So we thought, yeah, legitimate stores, and we got these pirate stores there. But we wanted to try and quantify it and actually decide, you know, work out how big this was. So what we looked at doing was actually just to initially measure some traffic. And we do this using sort of industry-accepted tools like SimilarWeb and Alexa to try and get some kind of idea, an estimation of traffic. And what we found was legitimate stores are getting about 9 million visits a month, whereas the pirate stores are getting about 11 million. So that was quite crazy to start with. And I think, you know, that makes people feel quite annoyed in certain ways. It gets a bit more scary though, because here's an example of one here, and we're looking on SimilarWeb, and as you can see, nada. There's no information about it at all, no data whatsoever. So that's not a domain that we could actually look at and count the traffic of, okay? So that is missing. It might be big, but we don't know. It just literally isn't in their data set. Now, the scary bit is that accounting for 70% of it. So there's a 70% hole in our data straight away. So that initial 9 million and 11 million, this could be a hell of a lot bigger. We just literally do not know. So it could be a massive sort of problem there, but it is a sizable problem anyway. And especially, you know, there is no free option on these sites whatsoever. So what do they look like? Now, we haven't really been revealing names of these sites for very obvious reasons. We've been doing this consistently. Well, yeah, 100% of our time has been going into this since March. And you can see here, this is one of the sites. Now, this is an important one. I mean, you know, you've got DJ charts and stuff, you've got feature releases, and, you know, they have quite often got some fantastic editorial and things as well. But it's that little bit on the very top edge there, the private access, and that's where you go in and you start paying your monthly subscription to access it all. And you're downloading FLACs and WAV files and things as well. Now, whether they originally were those or have been transcoded or whatever, we don't know at the time. But this one here is an important one because this is where you pay the money. And if you actually try and go and find this yourself and go into the internet, you'll find you get that. So that looks like a dead site. Something's wrong, not working, yeah? But it's not. That's what's there. It's hidden. So it hides and it allows traffic in through certain routes. And now what's important with these routes is essentially they're satellite sites. So huge numbers of sites, they all look very different, and they have all the releases up there. And then you click to go through, and actually it looks like a legitimate place to go and buy it. You click to go and sort of buy it, and it takes you through to somewhere like this. And there's a lot of these. This is the thing. We're talking 200 odd domains, roughly, that are active. And we're pleased to announce as well that through the work that the Music Mission has been doing with over 1,000 supporters now. So it's 1,000 businesses who've come on and registered and given us the ability to use their content to work within the whole project. We've actually got 45 have actually died now and are now consigned to history, which we're very pleased about. And literally, they are going off every day. So we've got some really big action that's happening right at the moment. We had a couple of domains literally go off yesterday. We've had people trying to hide and from us all the time. Now, what difference is actually making? Now, you can't probably see very easy, but I'll try and explain this. So what we've got here is chart position. So this is position 1, obviously where you want to get to in charts. This is up to 100 here. Okay, this is just looking at Beatport in this the Beatport charts. Now, what you've got then is any sort of line that's heading up that way, that's going up out the chart. Okay? Now, you can see here, they're all kind of got a little curve going that way, and then they come back. Now, what happened here was we actually did delisting. So we actually, for it's about 300,000 odd releases that we've been given the ability to be agents for, and actually do delisting from search for that. And we've got in all just under 1 million unique links to delist in total from, that's just from Google. So you can actually see here that it comes back in. So things are kicking back up. So now that's really interesting, because if you consider these still, the trajectory going off here, the difference between there and where it's actually now got to, that's the difference, or certainly at least in part, that these pirate download stores were having. So they're still having a bigger effect than that, but you can see that it's an effect that's going on the whole time. It has been going on in some cases for nearly 10 years, these sites. You know, it's insane. So when, you know, people were saying about the downloads dying and things, actually that's not entirely true. A lot of it was going behind the scenes and sort of behind the curtain and hiding. So, you know, this is an area that we should definitely be considering, and there is clearly revenue that is to be had here. So what difference does it make in terms of search results and things as well? So this is a current release, and it's one of the defectors here in this case. And you can see that's kind of what you want. Top of search results, you've got your SoundCloud, TrackSource, Amazon, and then you've got one of the official links there as well. And what happened to achieve this is all these were removed. So you can see there, this was removed on the 27th. And all of these were taken out of there. These, every single one of these is one of the domains that we're talking about. These are all domains which are charging for access to the content. Not free, they're all charging for access to it. And there's 200 of these things. So you get an idea of just how big you know, the whole area is. So what I'd like to sort of talk about is, you know, things are happening there very fast at the moment. We've still got a whole load of links to be delisted, but we are seeing the changes happening very quickly. We're getting labels reporting back to us that they are seeing the difference as well. And why downloads are important from an income point of view is, of course, the stream model means that, yeah, you might get the same money coming back, but it's over the lifetime. And when you're out of pocket for your mastering and marketing and all that sort of thing right now, you kind of want to fill that. You don't want to wait all that time for it, otherwise you end up feeling like a bank and you're at the losing end of it all. So with the downloads, obviously you're getting the money up front because it's, you know, at the point of sale, and that money can then come through very, very quickly through the distributors. And working with Labelworks as well, we did another campaign through the whole COVID sort of situation as well, where we were actually getting it down to 1 month from the point of it actually being sold on one of the download stores to the money coming through. So, you know, that's fantastic from that point of view there. So, you know, to start things off, we've got the size of this thing. It is a big problem. And, I mean, it'd be good to have a little chat with Paul, just to hear what you think of it in terms of, you know, because you're a bit long in the tooth like me, is that it's talking about the history of it, really, because you were, you know, making releases through the period when downloads seemed to be declining and dying off. So what was your perception?
Well, it's changed totally in the sense that it was all downloads and then it became all streaming, essentially. I mean, yeah,
why was that, do you think?
When?
Why?
Why? Yeah, I just think people want to stream more. I mean, Spotify it's so easy now. It's in your hand. It's the desktop app. It's on your mobile phone. I really resisted Spotify. I didn't think it was everyone's going to be screaming, going, "What are you talking about?" Looking at it from a DJ point of view, I kind of went, no, I'm going to stay true to DJing and all that kind of thing. But I'll be honest with you, I get it now. I really get it. And I get it when there are dance records with billions of streams or very close, and you suddenly realise what that could be financially if you do the quick, math on it. So, yeah, I get why streaming's changed, and I also get the fact that my mobile phone's in my pocket and I can listen to anything on demand with Spotify Premium and no ads. I get that, and I use it.
Consumer point of view is fantastic. But the very much a drive at the time was that prior to the streaming side, with the downloads there, everyone was seeing free downloads appearing in search engines, and that piracy was a big problem. They were having to fight it all the time.
Yeah.
Let's face it, it's quite a techie thing, and it's not really something that when you get into music that you got in your head. That's what I want to be doing day to day, and it's about the music and the labels. It's very different. Of course it is.
You want to make records.
Yeah.
You want to make records. You want to get them on the stores. So traditionally, for me, Traxsource, Beatport, and you wanted to get your new record straight into DJ's hands. I mean, that might be very naive, but traditionally that's what I wanted to do. Make a record, get it sounding as good as possible, mastering everything else, get the product great, and get it serviced to DJs.
But there's seeing them free download on lots and lots of sites though. That's the thing that was getting all of the XX, in the
and soul destroying for an artist completely.
And so that's sour taste in the mouth and pocket. When streaming came along, it was that everyone was like, yeah, let's go for streaming. It's the answer to piracy. Piracy now will no longer exist. And so a lot of people leapt towards that. Now, in a lot of other genres, that does kind of work. But, in the way that you were saying you wanted to stay true to sort of the DJing side. Now, it's a very aspirational thing. People want to be DJs, yeah? That's it. They see that. Now, they don't want to be the DJ who just does it in a bedroom and or a streaming thing like that. They always aspire to, it being a festival DJ, someone like that, where there isn't Wi-Fi. This is the reason that people buy the top-end Pioneer kit and they're never going to play anywhere other than their bedroom. They aspire to things. And it is an emotive thing there. So with that known, then it means that actually the downloads are going to be the same. That they want to have the downloads because that's the way it's done. That's the same thing. So that helps perpetuate that side. So it is always going to be there. And these the pirate sites, they very much came up and produced some fantastic online sort of properties that deliver a great user experience as well. I mean, you've got to be said, it's a shame that they pirate a lot of them, but and they were coming out very much a time that people were saying downloads are dead, and it was literally people were moving into these because you've already seen that the majority of those sites don't appear in the industry used statistics. So it means all your reports by IFPI and people like that, the global ones, don't include any of that. So they don't see the problem because to them it doesn't exist. Yeah. So here we have, everyone sort of was looking at streaming. But what we're seeing and showing here is that there is a big pot of money here which is being taken by someone else at the moment. It's being paid at the moment by people who want to pay it for the music, but it's going the wrong place. So this is what we're correcting, and this is what requires everyone working together to make this all happen.
Couldn't be even more important now, Ben, with no gigs and yeah.
Exactly. Well, we accelerated this project to specifically try and answer that as well, because we were doing it anyway, but literally yanked it up by sort of 2 months, which is made me a lot more grey hair. But and it has been hard work, really hard work, because they go to such effort, as you've seen, to hide. It has been difficult. I mean, it is 19 million unique links we have crawled across all of these sites. I mean, they're epically sized as well. So, in terms of what, this revenue that people, it's there and labels aren't taking advantage of it at the moment, all right? So, what would it mean? So in a label sense, actually suddenly, let's say, having your download revenues, say, doubling or something like that, what would that actually mean in a label in terms of not just the revenue, great, but security and what you should strategically be doing? What would change?
Right, okay, I think personally...
It's quite a lot of questions.
There's a lot
big
of
question.
A lot of question. Big question, no pressure.
Why?
The first thing I feel labels need to realise is, especially with a lot of brands, I guess is the way to look at it now. You're building a brand, so your events, a lot of big brands use their live as an income, but now it's very much a case of you need to be squeezing every penny from every corner. So this is just another area that's going to boost your revenue streaming isn't necessarily taking over, but what it is now in my eyes, and what a lot of us, Labour Works and various other distributors and hopefully people in the industry are seeing, is that it's streaming is one source, download is another, you have, live is another sector. This is obviously a very important part of the, the area where it can make, as you can see from the stats up on the screen, like it's some big chunk of money that you're missing. You would calculate with your publishing and all the other areas in your 360 business model if you're building your brand and business like that. So I think for labels to really realise that, a lot of people are shifting their attitude towards now streaming, and they're like, oh, this is where it needs to be out, I need to be in a playlist, I need to be this. But at the end of the day, like, the knock-on effect is you get in a chart, you shout about on your social media about you're in the charts, you shout about, hey, I've been featured here, this DJ's charted my music and so on, and then that is a knock-on effect. If you can't see you're getting results from the downloads, you don't know if people are buying your music. It's very hard to see real-time. You can't watch someone you can't really watch someone right at the moment listening to your music. I mean, Spotify do give you a lot of these analytics and so on, and as with the other stores, but there's nothing better than seeing your tracks in the charts. And I think if it's so decimate that you can't see these sales, then realistically, how are you to know? So as soon as you get this back, this percentage, you're going to see a big boost, which therefore gives you something to shout about. And again, it's a knock-on kind of effect. So I think that's quite an important thing to realise, where that kind of comes into the other bigger.
Now, we've only, as a music mission, we can only work with content that we've been authorised to do so. So we've, we had these sort of 1,000-odd businesses, most of them are sort of label houses, have allowed us to then use the content, act as an agent to do delisting and therefore see effect of it. But of course, it's industry-wide. So there's plenty of things that you can be doing to actually make this happen yourselves. And it really is sort of, looking at search particularly, search is a huge place of discovery of music, and this is Google. You've got the various sort of YouTube ones at the top there. Otherwise, this is result one here. Now, this sort of page one of Google, just to give you a sort of indicator, is considered about sort of 3 to 5% of people go to page two. So if you're not on page one, then you've ruined it, really. You lose all that traffic. Now, there's so many of these stores that they were pretty much taking up the whole of page one. So that traffic that falls on these links was not going to Defected before, and it is now. So that has a knock-on as well, because it's then lifting things like your social media stats and all that sort of side as well, merch and anything else that you're pushing onto. Now, and I'm glad you mentioned brand, right? This is really important, brand stuff, because these sites as well, when people fall onto them, instead of being onto the ones that you control, it means you no longer control that brand. You no longer control music discovery or anything else, which is how you then actually generate more revenue from the same individuals who are, got an emotive connection with your brand. So, it is so important to, look after things like search and actually make sure it is showing the right things here. Now, it isn't easy understanding which sites are the good and bad ones. You'd be amazed when we do searches across social media just how many artists and labels are going, yeah, our release is out, you can get it on Tracksource, Beatport, Juno, and then Muzbeat, and then Soundio, and you're like, oh my God, there are two of those are pirate sites, and yeah, you pay for it, but you're also not getting anything out of it. So, you should not be promoting pirate site. But if they don't know, they're professionals here, and they've been doing it a long time.
People are doing that?
Yeah, a lot, a surprising number. Yeah, and these, we've been doing a huge amount of forensic work as well behind the scenes on these individual sites, and they work in networks. So you have one core site that takes the money, like this one that we sort of looked at here, and then around it you might have 20, 30 sites all feeding into it. So they have a large traffic and a large audience. So they are problematic, but usually run by individuals or a very small number of individuals. And some of those individuals that we're locating sort of for these sites actually work in the industry as well. And so they have record labels. And you're like literally biting the hand that feeds you. And it's, it's so damaging. And, music has such a big problem because of streaming things as well in terms of its value. People see it as a very low value commodity when they're paying for it. And we should not be devaluing the very thing that we're trying to make a living off. And, it's worth what it is to you in an emotional sense, not monetary. And so, we've got to keep pushing that back up, really. And so these sites that are doing this, it is criminal in it. And it's, the music mission is all this evidence and forensic data that we've got is being all packaged up and passed on to the relevant sort of associations and authorities to sort of deal with as well. Because this needs stopping. And, we've already got 45 down out of sort of an active sort of 200. And that is going further and further. We'll get more momentum on it.
So that's 45 stores that have come down in what time period?
Well, those ones that have come down in the past sort of couple of months, really. But it's since we started the Music Mission side, because we've got all the so many supporters as well. A big part of it was the website and all the public aspect of it, because it's kind of like if they know we're coming, because this whole area has been sort of pretty much untouched, a lot of it, for the whole time.
Just to ask on that, can you directly see how much kind of each site is kind of affecting revenue? Like, can you see how much, is there any way of checking like how many downloads are going through the more pirate sites?
Not directly like that. I mean, that's where, for example, here, what we're looking at is, well, in theory, we've done several because it's trying to get an average of it. Because if you've got something that's going off out of the chart and then it turns around and comes back in, that's kind of irregular anyway. But then you go, it's irregular very much when you've got loads of them all doing it on the same day. And so if you've got something that you're going to expect to be up here and it's then sort of at position 1, well, if that was a position 100 and position 1, well, it's affecting them by about 100 positions on there. So again, it's trying to quantify what difference it is.
There's very like direct evidence of this, which does kind of say, I think something just to point out as well, I think there will be a lot of very intrigued independent record labels that have seen that sort of that 9 mil and that 11 mil when those figures have popped up there. I'm assuming for me that's the first time I've seen those figures.
Same.
It's exactly the same. So like to see how big a chunk it is, it's over
Thank
double.
you for your support and following. Yeah.
Sorry.
But because it's over double of what the actual revenue is, I think there are going to be a lot of smaller labels out there, kind of ourselves included with that are looking at that and going, well, we know what we can roughly get off digital downloads. We've got a rough idea of what we can expect from it. And obviously shift, and us, like a lot of labels, are shifting towards streaming as being the main sort of platform. But when you see that and go, hang on, we're tapping into about half of what we should be tapping into here. And when the actual figures for a lot of dance music labels specifically are still very much in that sort of 60, 40, 30, 70%, there's still like a notable you can still sort of see there's a way of the figures kind of leveling out. So if you then kind of go, actually double, we could be making double our revenue here, it actually kind of goes, they could be bang on 50-50 either way. So it's, as you said, it's interesting to kind of go, they are separate streams. They're not necessarily the be-all and end-all. One isn't the be-all and end-all, another isn't the be-all and end-all. So to kind of go, especially in the current times where we are going, we need to squeeze as much out of it as we possibly can. I think it's to see how much it is being affected, and as you said, like, it's not as if the downloads aren't happening because people are paying for the sites. And I think a lot of people kind of have that assumption of people are going to free download sites and not paying anything, and that kind of makes, then I can understand the mindset behind that. Like, I don't want to pay for it.
Yeah, it was,
there we go.
how can we fight against free? That was the reason that people didn't like dealing with it.
That was the entire thing I remember as well. And as labels, we get people sending like stuff through, like, oh, you're on this, your tracks have been uploaded to this, do you want to report it? You're on that, do you want to report it? And we're kind of like, oh, it's free, so yeah, of course we want to report it. But then we see like literally stuff like this where people are actually paying essentially for what I presume is almost a Spotify style system, of like a Netflix style system, as you said, but for the downloads. It's kind of crazy that it's like, why wouldn't you just put that into the right place, you know?
Yeah, I mean, essentially they're paying it here rather than putting it into Beatport, or somewhere like that. So it's it's capturing those revenues, and it's like, yeah, I mean, a lot. We did find when we did a lot of analysis of things like sentiment and things of people talking through sort of forums and things about this, and looking at the boards. The people are talking about where is DJ should be getting your music, and a lot of people are going to these sites and not even realising they're pirate. Because they do actually hide it quite well, a lot of them, and it's there's a significant traffic going through it, and they're very good at it. They have been doing it a long time. Some of these sites really have been going for 10 years. It's insane, and they've just been sitting there. But because of the complexity of dealing with them, and trust me, I really know about the complexity of it now. That's why it hasn't been tackled, and the dance music side doesn't always perhaps get the attention that it should in the industry, and partly it's because it is a little bit quirky in that. We have so many releases going through so fast. There's no other part of the industry which is like that. And that's unfortunately also why it's picked on by the pirates for a whole range of different things.
Can I jump in, sir? I've got a couple of questions. So, like, when the trend has changed that you've seen there, you've seen multiple tracks increase.
Well, these are all different releases. Every single one of these releases is it's all the same dates and things. So. Yeah. They're all changing, and these are all releases that part of our sort of clients, or no, not clients, the supporters' content.
So these were ones that you can directly link to being on those other sites, essentially.
Yeah, so these there, and we've cleaned them up. And then if we took a snapshot of ones that aren't in the, anything we've been doing the delisting or anything on, you don't get this. That's why I've shown several on here. I mean, there's loads, so I've kind of cut it down to just a smaller number, because you've got to try and look for a sort of trend of it, because individual ones, every single track is different or every release, so it isn't there. But if you actually look at it across, right, we took took this lot in a random, say, other sample, you'll see it doesn't exist in that. It only exists in this one.
Yeah.
So it's happening. Yeah.
The other question I had really quickly is, what you're showing on screen is 44, 45 stores. See you later, right?
Yeah, so those are domains as well.
Domains,
It gets kind of complicated because they're not individual sites, they're networks. Sometimes they are a whole site, sometimes it's...
So you're going for 200 domains, is that what you're saying?
That's right, yeah.
And what time frame do you expect to get to 200?
Well, hopefully very quickly now, because we've done a huge amount. The majority of the work we've actually already done now, because I say we've been doing this since March, and it's quite a tiring task. But with all the supporters involved as well, they've been fantastic. And it's literally what we've got going on now is we've got the delisting, so it's about halfway through that. And so the next couple of days that will sort of complete, and so we'll get a really big effect from that. And we're measuring all sorts of aspects to be able to actually correlate it as best we can to sort of see that. Because if we can prove the value here as well, it means then that people actually will take note of this and go, actually, it's, as you're saying, it's different revenue streams. It's like, well, don't just put all your eggs in one basket with streaming. Actually, there is a lot more here than you thought there was, and it's been hidden from you, and someone else is taking it, and it is ripe for the picking.
I was going to say, I think it is important to alliterate the value of your content as well, to the point that obviously from the analytics you've seen, the profile level of the releases, is it potentially more underground labels, or is it across the board, or are you seeing more of the bigger brands on there?
No, it literally affects all. I mean, you've got here like your Defectors and things, but then you've also got much smaller labels with their releases coming through. There is no difference as we're seeing it.
All right, that's a good question.
So it's just as important
because
it's grassroots as well as...
I think potentially some of the people potentially watching or listening would think, oh, well, it doesn't cover for me because my label's so small, I'm under the radar. It's all the big guys that probably get it. So I think it's important to...
That's that point,
of course,
literally...
Oh, yeah, it's a difference, isn't it? Well, no.
But different mindsets for different labels.
Those pennies, really.
There's different mindsets for different labels, I guess. The bigger machines at work in our industry, or in our sector of the industry, I guess, there's a different business model to a bedroom label setup. The revenue that comes through potentially is probably very small anyway. So they're not... That could be such a small amount. Of course, it's still very important, and it's a global community effort to try and shut this down, because everyone's a winner at the end of it, I guess, is the important thing. So,
and it's only by everyone coming together. I mean, this is a really important part of it. Is the reason that we could never sort of actually shut these down ourselves as Audiolot for clients is you have a client coming along with their content, and even if it's a Defected or someone like that, still it's a small proportion across the whole of the site, and we just can't work that, because we need a sort of a weight as a bigger portion to be able to tackle it, so to do that we've got all these supporters all part of it, and right now they're being sent communications to send out to hosts and payment gateways, but also any other services that are supporting these pirate stores. So it could be like content, sort of customer relationship management database and things that you hook in, and all sorts of things. So they're sending notices now, and we're actually getting really fast movement on that. So literally,
this is 6 months.
By next week, I think we're going to see a huge movement, a number of sites going. And once the sort of ball's sort of rolling there, and we've got more press online about what's happening, is these site operators, it used to be that as soon as you go to another country, you're kind of safe, whereas that's not the case now. Across the whole of Europe, for example, there's much better legal structure for actually dealing with these. You just search in Google for like sort of site operators and sort of music, and you'll see so many cases of people who have got jail terms out of this. And it's like, well, do you want a jail term, or is it really worth the risk? And so now the attention is on this, and people can see we're not going away. There's all these supporters, they're pissed, and rightly so about this. So, if they're all actively behind it, and we keep pushing that message out there that this isn't acceptable, we're not having it, then that comes back. We actually bring that back to us and recover what is actually rightfully for the rights holders themselves.
I think the exciting part of that as well, just from what's being said, is that it allows labels to invest more back into artists and do all the things.
Especially at the moment.
Yeah, exactly. That's my
From
brain.
home.
Yeah. I'm just thinking in the situation we're in, it's a positive message because you think more artists, more great creativity within the industry. We need that. We really, really need that.
And it's almost like it's one that's kind of been there the entire time, but it's almost been a little bit forlorn, somewhat been a little bit forgotten about by the way things seem to shift. And it seems like everything is pushed towards essentially streaming or Spotify, and that seems to be what it is. But this has been there by the looks of things the whole time. Yeah. And it's kind of mad, like the kind of audacity to an extent of a lot of these sites to kind of go, pay for it. None of it's going to them. Pay for it, and we'll have it all. There's a real level of audacity to that.
You can imagine them just laughing. Well, it's just like, well, let's stop that. It's.
I still think there's a lot of labels that you'll be speaking to many labels on a daily basis of how many are still in a very download mindset, even though we've shifted. Even labels that I thought they'd be very on the pulse, they're still in that download thing, and it still is a big chunk of their.
Why do you think
revenue.
that is, Si?
I guess a lot of
trueness to the DJ model, or
potentially because some of these brands do events, and there's always been that sort of, if you get high in the charts on the Beatport tracks or wherever it means, the more you're charting, the more presence you've got, the promoters are going to look at you and they'll book you. So I think there's always been that mentality. But I've spoke to various artists of a fairly, established profiles, and they're like, oh, it's all about streaming. I think promoters are looking at us now. We need to be thinking about our thing. But that doesn't mean it's like, oh, drop that, go to this. It's just, it's another thing you've got to consider. You've got to have this strategy, this strategy, and this strategy, and they've all got to work together. And I think little things tweak, just tightening up screws in all the areas and making sure you're working as clever as you can.
So we're saying getting a house in order, and it is about the efficiency of it, and that's why brand is so important as well. It sounds like a very corporate thing, but literally it means that if you get brand right, and you actually are working it properly, every single minute you spend on the label or pushing anything goes that much further without you doing anything extra. Yeah. Literally out doing anything extra. So
I kind of feel, I'm probably going to get shot down for this, but I do feel record labels are not a thing of the past, because it's not true, but the perception of a record label is not what it used to be, because it is about a brand. If you look at all of the big events and everything, they're brands, but they have got the record label. The record label is just a part of the big machine. And I think a lot of people need to shift their mindsets a little bit to think that you're building your brand, your identity, your colour scheme, your font type, like all of these things. It's kind of a corporate mentality, but you don't have to treat it as so serious. You can still have fun with it. You've got
the way it's coming corporate.
Like everybody, what do you stand for? That's basically what you're doing, and I think it's.
But in brand, though, you have in the corporate world, you have a thing called brand personality. Not a lot of people sort of know this.
Well, that's what people buy into, isn't it? That's what people see and trust and go back to every time.
Even back in the day, with buying vinyls,
you see that logo on the middle of the vinyl, you go, I'm probably going to try it out.
Like Ben with his Positiva T-shirt on, you know what I mean? You saw that in a record shop. Boom, you're in, weren't you? Great tune. But yeah, I mean, what was I going to ask? How many labels at the moment are you representing with this?
I can't remember off the top of my head. It's a large number. I think it's about 2,000.
What I'm thinking is, are there people watching who run labels that think I'm not a part of this?
Yeah, huge number of people. And so, to them, the first thing you can do is go to the Music Mission website and just register on there, because then we send out communications of the next things that are going to be happening and the developments of it. And, like we've done this, we've got 1 million links just under that, we're sending for D-list, and that's all entirely free or anything. This is it. We've literally been putting in to make this happen. It's been hard work, but we see that the responses we're getting from people are fantastic in terms of what's happening for them, and so many people coming with stories that they've tried to do things themselves and just been like literally getting nowhere. But it takes getting it all together.
I'm that dude.
Well, you've got to think about it. So, I mean, in terms of like a web host who's, leases a server to a pirate site, yeah? Now, they say it's $200 a month or something, and they're making $40, $50 a margin on that. Now, one person sending something in, all they've got to do is they just give it to the client, the person who's actually renting it. They just pass on one of these notices. So, not very much friction there, right? But if they're then getting from 200 labels, they're getting a notice from all of them, and they're having to read and process every single one. It doesn't come much before you think that $40 does not go very bloody far. This is not worth it. Bye-bye. And that's the difference in making. Literally, that is what is happening right now. And it is having huge success, and we need more and more people to get in there to actually make it happen quicker. But also, sort of term of scorching the earth, properly, it ain't coming back. We're getting rid of this properly now, and that's gone. And, literally, we will find these revenues. They are just getting mopped up and all coming back in stream now. And, it's very hard over this whole period of sort of change to sort of measure things like the actual income, because it's always relative to other things. But, there have been, when we've had big sort of bits going on publicly as well, and movements to it, it seems to have changed a bit of the attitude of actually, we should be thinking about this and actually not going to these sites and actually do have a moment. I mean, on the Music Mission site, there's a sort of survey you can do on there where it's just a whole load of web shots of different sites, and it's like try and guess the actual legitimate and pirate ones. And on average, no one gets it right. So it's, I miss quite a lot, including myself. So it is hard, very hard.
That's frightening, though, isn't it?
That is terrible. Because just being 100% honest, the one we looked at earlier, I've seen that pop up a fair few times. And obviously, when you sign up for a distribution network or something like that, from a record label perspective, they'll give you this big list of like all these different ones. And off the top of your head, realistically, you're not going to remember every single one.
They change domains so fast.
And that's the thing. You're not going to remember which ones. Just off the top of your head, we're talking here. You don't know when a new store will have opened. You don't know when certain ones may actually be, as you say, pirates from behind the scenes. One thing I was going to ask, just while I'm talking, is in regards to smaller labels getting involved. What is the kind of process behind that? Obviously, you said signing up, but is there like a lot of additional work from a sort of admin sort of side? Because as everyone knows at the moment, everyone's very stretched trying to do all this additional squeezing. So like from a smaller record label perspective, like how much would it take to kind of get involved with this and it be genuinely beneficial?
Well, we made tools to try and make this really easy, so that basically, you just sign up, and one of the ones we did for the delisting, and all you had to do is tell us which labels are yours. Now, it sounds easier than it sometimes is. So we literally had a thing where you start just typing in the label, and it will go, here are the variations across all of the download stores of releases. You go, well, that's ours, done. Right, that's that. And so even for, large house of brand kind of record labels, it was still easy for them to do that. Now, that actually brings us on to a subject as well. In terms of maximising your revenue, this is what we were discussing a little bit outside. It is the sexy world of metadata. The people talk about metadata and the importance of it, but I can tell you actually how important it is. Where we were looking across all of the releases, this is literally every single track and release across Juno, Beatport, and TrackSource as well. We looked at all that. We've literally got our databases have the whole lot in there, and it's continuously synced up. So we've got all of that, and then we've got all the labels that we were told that they're letting us use their content. So actually, then matching those and actually trying to find it all connect together, cross-referencing them. Oh my God, it's just under about 20% of it is in an area that I would not expect. Majority of people trying to actually match it, and we actually built a tool specifically to tackle some of this here using AI to do it. We're a very tech sort of heavy kind of outfit. Now, why this is important, if there's any moment that someone has a bit of money and they need to pay it to you for that track or that release, okay, then they've got to match those together to make that actually happen. So matching it is a bit of a nightmare, it turns out. So say just under like 20% of it, we were going, that is a really grey lot that would be very tough for the majority of people to be dealing with. So you got like PRS and people like that who are assigning royalties. If that isn't easy, you ain't getting the money. Literally it's like that. Or Paul's getting the money, but it should have gone to you. But you've both got releases called stupidly the same kind of thing. Like, I don't know, various artists, Ibiza. You'd be surprised how hard it is to match that when there's like 20 versions.
When we were sat outside talking about it, Ben kindly pointed to the fact that I've named records the same as other people have, which, I guess in the world of metadata, as an artist, you go, I'm going to call it this, But from a metadata point of view, I guess, if it's not absolutely bang on, there's a chance, I guess, stuff gets lost. You don't consider that as an artist whatsoever.
There you're sitting sort of coming up with a name, and it's an art thing at the time, isn't it? It's a motive, you're thinking about it, you're in.
Well, it's going off to a label, and they're saying, what are you going to call it? And you think, quick, something.
Ibiza, something. Oh, no. So it is really important, and there is, just to reiterate, there is no ID sort of basis for, identifying music at all. You've got ISRC, right? Actually, that's useless for a lot of this. Cat ID UIDs, no, that's useless.
Why is ISRC useless?
There are issues with it clashing as well, because it's all meant to be totally unique, and it's done on the track basis rather than the product, which is your release as well. So it depends what you're trying to match, and it
So
also
the individual track itself rather than the release it's a part of.
Yeah, and when you're, say, trying to match things up, you generally don't have the ISRC code given to you as part of it all as well. Yeah, I mean, if you consider where we were trying to match together sort of uses in terms of download stores and things like that, so you just don't have this information there. So it's quite often you won't get it. What you do have is the artist and the title, okay? And so really, you do need to try and make that so that it is actually identifiable, you know, so actually keeping it sort of unique to a certain point. Hey, make it an actual UID. Yeah, so try and actually do things so that you do have something. I mean, yeah, some bits we found, like, you know, an ampersand was an artist, and you're just like, oh my God. So, you know, it's just not going to work. And if you get clashes in some way that some people do matching is they will actually drop those clashes out in total. So, you know, there's a whole batch there now that just no, and so it's left there.
Just to say on that as well, again, from a kind of label perspective, talking as in like trying to help the artists that you work with as well, that even folds back into branding, that level of having uniqueness,
Correct,
people being able to find you. You spoke earlier on there about having like the search results come up and your socials being near the top. For instance, say you're called, I'm trying to think of someone that I don't know with a name, but say you're called Freeze or something like that. There's going to be hundreds of artists called Freeze or very close representations of. People aren't going to find you on Google results. People are they're going to struggle going through Spotify profiles, searching your name, and there's like 30 of them. So
especially if you've got a variated letter, like a different character language or something.
If you spell the artist's name differently. I mean, this sounds silly.
instead of
People
an
do
S.
change the way that. I've had so many cases where Google goes, "Did you mean this?" Oh, probably, yeah.
But this is the thing. I think that's something that's not even necessarily just close to the naming of tunes. I think that's down to naming of artists and the way you present yourself as a whole. Obviously, as you said, we were talking about branding and how important that is and how much people buy into that. That's not just from a label perspective. That's from an artist perspective as well. People buy into the uniqueness of something. They associate themselves. They go, I want to be a part of this, what you're doing. And the easiest way to do that is to stand out, even if it's down to just changing something about your artist name and it being something that you being the top result, essentially.
Yeah, I mean, you might think, yeah, I like that from an art perspective, it's cool, I'll go with that. But also do think, what is it for? And it is for people to find you. I did a conference up in London, and there's a girl in the audience who she was asking, they're all asking sort of questions, and she said that, you know, she's finding it, people literally finding her is a nightmare. And so I asked a few bits, and anyway, her artist name, she'd done it's just 2 characters. And I said, well, you know, it's a whole load of reasons, but just to give you one of the sort of an example is like databases, all right? Now, databases are search engines. That's what they are for matching and things like that. Databases, when they're doing like a search engine kind of matching, they have a 2-character minimum. So if you're 2 or less, it's actually not going to return things, literally, because it will be returning everything. So you're stuffed. So make it bigger than 2 characters, please. You know, it's because you're literally saving yourself.
Makes it depressing though as an artist, isn't it? You could be an artist, you can pick but it's got to be more than 3. What if you don't want to do? You know what I mean? It's
There's definitely artists I've seen that have had like 2-letter names, and I am sat there going, I have no idea how to. I could search you 1,000 times, and you're not going to be on. You're not going to be there.
In conjunction with title, it kind of works sometimes, but
I'm intrigued to know. Right, so what should we be doing then to make sure this is right? Because I've always thought ISRCs and all that kind of stuff is what's gonna keep it all rocking and rolling.
There does need to be a unique framework, you know, coming out. Yeah. I know that PRS tried to do one as well, the Global Repertoire Database, and there are, you know, it is not as easy as it sounds to do, but you can really help yourself because at the moment the uniqueness and things to find you are on the artist and title, okay, and remix obviously on there, but so try and keep them a little bit longer. Yeah, so not just tiny, and actually to try and, you know, keep them a bit unique. So when you're thinking, right, great, I've got to quickly come up with a name for this, do actually try searching. If there's like a million things called the same thing, don't pick that.
Google Translate is the best tip on the planet.
Yeah,
but for naming tunes, Google Translate is this.
Do you know what I found? My 5-year-old son's pretty good. He comes out with real random stuff.
And I'm dyslexic as well, like, and I sometimes I go, how do I even communicate that artist name to someone? You know, I find that
I found that when you're promoting something to radio, and if radio can't pronounce it, they're just like, oh, we're not going to support it. It's too much work.
Try and think of it, and also make sure that you are copy and pasting things when you are doing documents. Don't type it, because the number of errors that are getting introduced with people literally getting spellings wrong. And if you can't spell the artist name right, how's everyone else meant to? It's certainly not going to match anything, and you're just literally losing unknowns amounts of revenue.
We spend a lot of time matching when obviously it gets delivered to stores and their artist name hasn't connected to their correct account, and then you've got to spend time matching it.
We do have to call it there, unfortunately. That's it. So, do reach out there on the Music Mission if you have any other questions, and we'll endeavour to do the best we can. Well, certainly Della will. She'll get bombarded by them. Okay, thank you very much, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Take care.
Thank you.
It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. 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 I want you to get up. Don't go out anymore. Don't go out anymore. Don't go out anymore. I want you to get up. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as bad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore! I want you to get up right now. I want you to get up right now. I want you to get up. Right now. I want you to get up. I want you to get up right now, right now, right
The world is cold and times are bad. Every time I think about it, it makes me sad. War and drugs are everywhere, and it's getting so hard to breathe the air. But it doesn't have to be like this. All the rancor and bitterness. If we can just open our eyes, we can make the world a paradise. Someday we'll live as one family in perfect harmony. Someday when we all pull together, we will all be free. Free from the pressure and the prejudice, we can change it all with tenderness. There'll be no void between black and white. We'll be able to walk the streets at night. I won't be fooled while someone dies of starvation. The whole world will be my nation. We will walk hand in hand. I'll go to South Africa and be called woman. Someday we'll live as one family in sweet harmony. Someday when we all pull together, we will all be free.
Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3.
I want you to get up I want you to get up. 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 Right now. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. I want you to get up.
Hello and welcome to this Skiddle and She Said So panel on raving, race and responsibility, unpacking unconscious bias in the live sector. So this is not exactly how we imagined doing the panel this year, in a room with no one in it, but we're just grateful to be able to have this conversation. You might see that the panel's slightly changed. Unfortunately, we had a few issues with travel and unfortunately health, so Sasha's kindly stepped in for us. Just in case you want to know what the panel's about. If you're unsure on what unconscious bias is, or you're a promoter, artist manager, or someone in the industry looking to learn more about how to make music spaces more positive and inclusive, then you're in the right place. It's been a huge year following the onset of the coronavirus pandemic, and as described by Kwame Kwarteng on our previous guest list podcast around racism in the music industry, the other pandemic of racism, which ignited protests across the UK, US and many other countries following the murder of George Floyd by a police officer in Minneapolis on May 25th. So we want to continue the conversation from our podcast, and this time focusing on unconscious bias and how that translates into the exclusion of communities from music spaces in the UK, and how we can create positive experiences for everyone. So this is a pertinent time. As you all know, there's really no events unless you're doing something socially distant. So we want to use this time now for promoters and venue owners to learn a bit more about how they can make their spaces more inclusive and better for everyone. So today I'm joined by three panelists for this discussion, so that you can introduce yourself, starting with Nix. Would you like to?
Hi, I'm Nix and I'm the co-founder of the recently formed Black Bandcamp.
I'm Charlotte. I've been an artist manager both for other people and independently for 7 years, and I also am senior manager of rights management at AWOL.
I'm Sasha Wall. I've been a DJ manager and artist booker for around about 20 years. I now run Data Transmission Radio and own Dexterous Productions, and I'm here on the board at BMC.
Great, thank you. And I'm Georgia. I'm the marketing manager at Skiddle. So thanks everyone for joining. So I'd like to start with quite a big question, really. Who's been excluded from the dance floor and why?
All of us at the moment.
Yeah, well, yeah. That's true.
Yeah. I mean, really, for our culture and for the dance music, rave culture, it was always born on inclusion. And that was where I fell in love with it. When I first started raving, it was all about the fact that I could walk into a club as a female, dressed flamboyantly in whatever way I wanted, and I felt completely included as soon as I walked in that club. And I think, unfortunately, some of the things that have kind of developed over the years have taken away from that kind of true inclusion, respect, unity, and the things that our dance floors, because there's obviously lots of different types of dance floors, but our dance floors in electronic dance music is always supposed to be about that. And I think, some of maybe the VIP culture, that side of things, has kind of leaked into it and made it much more showy, more about money, less about the music. And I think, that's where we really need to get back to, is to be able to walk in a club and everybody to know that it doesn't matter whether you're black, white, rich, poor, where you come from, who you are, we are all one, and that's where we need to be.
Yeah, I would agree with that. I grew up on garage raves and jungle raves, and in that environment you could have turned up in whatever outfit you want to wear, and you always felt safe. You always had a group around you. It was always felt safe. And I think that safety has regressed, and it's less and less safe. If we're talking as a panel of women, for women to be in those spaces, I used to go to a rave on my own or to a festival on my own, and with obviously when you're younger you have less fear anyway, but with zero fear. And I think violence at festivals and things like that has increased. So from that perspective, in terms of actually turning up to a rave as a individual, that's become more and more difficult. I would also say that there's more tribalism in terms of scenes and who you're associated with and your friends, and less kind of merging of that tribalism. And that's a natural human thing, to be in a tribe of whatever sorts, but I think it's becoming more and more closed off, and I think we see that politically, I think we see that culturally, people becoming more and more protective of their space, but therefore not reaching out to others. But then musically we're becoming much more mood-based rather than genre-based, so you think it would be the opposite in terms of live spaces. So I don't know.
I think if you look at in the past decade where the electronic scene has become a lot more commercialised. Okay, it never used to be commercial. It never used to have a hierarchy. It used to be everyone walks in with the same mindset, regardless of creed, etc. Since the commercialisation of the underground, it's not underground anymore, electronic scene, what you see is groups of people who have historically been marginalised. That framework has now been seeped into our industry. So if you, pre-2000, if you look in US 80s, 90s, with the birth of New York and Chicago house, gay communities, black and brown communities, anyone could enter and feel safe. And this kind of idea of people having to create their own safe spaces is quite sad, because people are so marginalised and pushed to the sphere of what's supposed to be an underground dancing, that people then go on to create their own safe spaces. So I think, for me, there's a point at where the underground electronic scene is not actually underground anymore. It's completely a commercial entity with the number one aim for people being profit, and how do we exploit and profit people. And that exploitation, if you look at who's being exploited and who's benefiting, that tells you exactly who's being excluded and who are actually being dismissed, overlooked and underpaid.
I mean, it's, like you said, it's the marginalised communities that it all started from, and that's everybody was there, and it wasn't the majority that was going to those underground clubs. And like you said, now with the commercialism of it, the people that are winning out of it are the 1%. And it is across the
It's
board.
people selling tables, it's people selling bottles and that kind of thing.
Yeah, it's, it's the big corporations that have got you can pay that much money for DJs and do those big events, or it's the VIP culture that has come in and done that. And yeah, it is reflective of society. It's the 1% that are winning, and everybody else, from the dance floor to the smaller DJs to the people working behind the bar to absolutely everybody else, is suffering.
Yeah, it's interesting because there's a party that goes on in Tottenham like now, and it's kind of Persian led. I think the brand is called Mamouni, and it's literally you pay a couple of quid on the door and everyone is invited, and it's literally like the first time I went a while ago. It was it might have been last year. Who knows? Time is just a construct now. And I went, and I was like, as a very white person, and like from the countryside, and I went, and it's like this Persian party, and it's like the most incredible place with all this like Iranian disco music, which is just like phenomenal. And you pay a couple of quid, and it's just about the vibe, and everyone is invited, and that like is so like reminds me of when I was like 20, and I just really wish there was more spaces like that, and it's really hard to find without being like a cool kid. Like there's certain parties you have to go to because you're like a cool kid. You have to know them and all that kind of thing. It's
Yeah, so I think the key for me is about the intention of why people are going out in the first place. And if your intention is to hang around in a gang and be standing around and, looking at what girls are walking in that night, and that kind of gang culture has gone in, whereas if your intention is you're going out for the music, you're going out with your mates, you're going to have a fun time, and your intention is that you're going to meet new people in there as well. And you want to meet those new people. It's not just about going out with your group and not talking to anybody else. And so if we can get that intention for people to be going out for the music and not, if they want to go out to pool, go to those places. I'm not saying that we don't all meet people and start new relationships within our music communities, but if your intention is to go out and that's it, and you're not going for the music, then somehow I think, can we separate it again? Can we reset,
So when you talk about these marginalised communities, do you think unconscious bias comes into play? What is unconscious bias for people watching at home and they're not sure?
I think unconscious bias can be both positive and negative. We always assume it's completely negative. It's only about people having a negative view on a group of people and act on it. It's also positive if there is a universal or collective view of someone or group of people that's positive, then those are people that will benefit from unconscious bias. Unfortunately, what happens is it's the same groups of people that benefit from unconscious bias and the same groups of people who don't. So for me, unconscious bias is a view or inherent. It's usually socialised and internalised, and that's the point people need to understand. It's not something that I think people purposely say, I'm going to decide to exclude Sasha. It's something that's been taught to you and you internalise and it's socialised and it's just in your brain. So you might have a view of a certain type of person or people and you act on that prejudice. And that's where the marginalisation begins and the exclusion begins. But on the flip side, I want people to remember that there's positive unconscious bias. So if you look at lineups, if you look at who owns venues, promoters, who are the bookers, it's all the same type of people, because if you have a positive unconscious bias about someone, you're going to hire them. You're more likely to hire them than you are over the other person. Right? So that's the two points I want people to remember. It's positive and negative, and also it's inherent and socialised. Nobody, I don't think anyways, wakes up and says, do you know what, I'm going to have a horrible view of these type of people. It's something that's taught to you over time, and the point is about unlearning and relearning and re-educating yourself. That's where the action is, because we can't control what's kind of forced into our brains. We have to teach ourselves to unlearn and relearn certain things.
Yeah,
I think the like Black Lives Matter movement has been really, really kind of exemplary of this, in terms of it's not enough to just be not racist or to say you're not racist or biased or whatever. We all have a duty every day to go around and question why we're making decisions, why we think a certain way about certain people, why we're hiring that person, why we're not hiring the other person. And it's really hard to do, because you're having to question yourself, and that's uncomfortable, and it's not pleasant to have like shine like a light on your own thinking. And like you say, it's not because no one's accusing you of going around being like purposefully racist or biased or whatever, prejudice. It is a subconscious thing. And I think like promoters, bookers, agents, everyone has a duty. We all have a duty, whatever role you were in, moving around the world, let alone the music industry, is to start examining, thinking, being more thoughtful about why you're doing things. And, we all see the festival lineups. We all see there is a severe lack of women. And then we start going into like, black women. And, I go back to Persian culture just because I manage a Persian artist. Like there's no Persian people on lineups, and like if those bookers really consciously looked at their lineups, and it's not because there's a lack of talent. There's not a lack of talent in any culture. Like, do me a favor, give me a break.
Tools such as Black Bandcamp are out there to help people.
Yeah.
In that way.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah.
So it's not for lack of talent or quality in any like minority. And I don't like to use, I kind of really hate the word minority, because that just assumes that we're living like we live in a very global world, and Persian people are not a minority because there is a whole Persian culture and they have their own, and we live in a global world, and you can go and book someone from that culture if you want, and you can fly them in. Just because they're not on your doorstep doesn't mean they're a minority globally, or whoever you're talking about.
I agree with that point, yeah.
It really bugs me keep using this word minority, because no one's a minority, and it's the same as like women. We're not a minority or a thing. We're just quieter and all that kind of thing. So I think
always.
It's just looking. Yeah, I mean, I'm not. Anyone can attest to that. But it's changing that mindset from being very white, very Western, the UK and the US being the dominant culture, and it's just trying to adjust that. And I don't really know what the answer to that is, but it's just kind of
So how do we tackle the unconscious bias? Like, is there any tools out there that help?
I think first and foremost, what you were saying about nobody likes to question themselves. Well, people should.
Yeah.
It's a healthy thing to do, not just to walk around going, I think I know everything, and that's the way it is. So people do need to question themselves and do look at their unconscious actions, so that they start to become conscious of those actions. And that's the only way they're going to actually realise that, of course, there is programming. Everybody has had programming. We are, our environment, we're all products of where we grew up, who we grew up with, how things were when we were younger, all of those kind of things. So, and you can go to certain areas, and of course there's going to be a lot more racism and a lot more, minority persecution on all of those kind of things. But what people have to do, first and foremost, is go, why am I doing it? Why am I feeling like this? Am I right to feel like this? Am I being disrespectful? Am I being dismissive? And am I being inclusive? And actually just keep on asking themselves the questions, because if people don't ask themselves questions, then we're never going to get anywhere.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the stereotypes, everybody has stereotypes, and it's kind of breaking hold of those stereotypes and going, just because I'm black, white, female, who, whatever it might be, doesn't mean I am that stereotype of that person. I came into this industry as a page 3 model, and I was in the Sun and all of that, and obviously as a page 3 model, as soon as you arrive, you are judged.
Yeah.
Before you even open your mouth, I'm from Essex, blonde, all of that kind of thing. So I hadn't opened my mouth, and everybody starts to judge, and you see it and you deal with it, and most of the time people aren't meaning anything bad by it, but they don't realise that they've already stereotyped you. They've already put labelled you and put you wherever. And what I always had to do was fight harder and harder and harder to know, no, just because I'm blonde and I was a page 3 model doesn't mean I haven't got a brain. you know, and really try to kind of break that stereotype. You know, something that's happening in our industry at the moment, which I feel is very, very prevalent, and, you know, that is why we are here, it is the music business. And there is a huge movement that I've seen of female techno artists that are ruling the techno game. You know, yes, obviously there's some massive, brilliant techno artists as well, but the females are ruling that game at the moment, and they are strong, and they have firepower, and they are taking no shit. You know, and it shows that they want to break down that stereotype and go, yeah, you know, we might be female, but we can be harder, stronger, faster, and we can do that. And that's where I think we all have a responsibility to break down those stereotypes and go, you know, it doesn't matter. You can be female and be a car mechanic. It doesn't matter. People need to stop judging, stop creating that bias, when really, if they really look at themselves and really realise that we are in 2020 now and we're not in the 1950s or 60s or 70s, and, you know, it's not about feminism, you know, it's about respect. For me, it's always been about respect.
I think also it's like, it's almost like a laziness, because if you look over the past couple of years, the rise of like Afrobeats music that was never even really present in like commercial top 40 completely permeated top 40. And then there's Latin music and, you know, music coming out of South America and Spanish speaking music that has completely permeated, like, you know, top 40, top, you know, Billboard 100. And so actually it's almost this laziness of like kind of thinking that the average consumer can't possibly conceive of music that isn't in their language or isn't from their perspective. And it's like, that's just so utterly lazy to think that the average consumer can only comprehend that.
Takes us for fools.
Yeah, it's just so lazy and one-dimensional. And I think the average consumer is proving time and time again that they are more than capable of listening to music that might not be in their language or the rhythm pattern that they're used to or whatever, and still being able to understand and enjoy it. When you're in a club, you're not like listening to the words and translating them, you're just getting the energy. And you know, like I work with artists, and we did a track with like these Egyptian rappers, and it's all in Arabic, and we went out to Cairo and we worked with them. They didn't speak English. We definitely didn't speak Arabic. And we made me just sitting there. But the producer and these rappers made an incredible track. And you can listen to that track. And it's so hard and so sick. And it's like, why is that so difficult for the powers that be to understand that the average consumer can handle that and enjoy it and pay money for it, and et cetera, et cetera. So I think that there's such a laziness from the higher ups, when booking and all that kind of thing. They just
looking at the money.
Yeah, and but there's money. Like all these Latin artists are making so much money, and you know there are people that are seriously making bank. But it's like we just sit here in our little bubble and can't even conceive of that, because it's it's maybe untested and all that kind of thing. And it'd just be really, wouldn't the music industry, like we all got into it. None of us got into it really to be rich. Like, come on, like if you do that, then like, great. We all got in it because we were really excited about music and it got us going. Like, you know, I studied law. I could be driving like a, you know, Bentley by now or something. And I'm not, but I love my job. And I got into it because I love the scene and the music and going to the jungle raves. And it's like, where do people lose that love as they go up? To be the powers that be. I don't know. That's how it feels to me.
So to the end user, you know, the customer, someone who's going on the dance floor, like, why is it important to be able to go to these diverse nights? Why is the diverse range of music important?
You should be looking for something new and interesting and exciting, because if it's something you've seen before, heard before, or done before, then, you know, it's not going to be that exciting to you. It's just reliving something. You know, people should be going out there for new experiences. You know, the kids shouldn't be just looking for how bright the lights are or how big the show is. You know, go to experience the music, go to different types of music venues to experience live music, techno music, Persian music, disco music, whatever it is, you know.
Do you think that goes some way towards tackling like unconscious bias, like negative unconscious bias?
I think unconscious bias, the only way to deal with it is for responsibility. Responsibility for each and everybody in the club, in the industry, in the business, actually take responsibility for what they do and how they do it, and be brave. There's a real call for our industry to be brave and not just go, oh yes, just book the same lineups with the same DJs because they've got the biggest pull.
Fly that person in from,
look at the talent. Really look at the talent. Don't just look at if they're the biggest name that all the kids knowing and they're getting all of the limelight right now, because just because they're getting all the limelight doesn't mean there's not a huge amount of talent out there that could be, could come through if people would be braver. We did a interview with David Morales just in the middle of lockdown as a BMC warm-up. And David Morales was saying that many of the record labels have not been brave. The UK, especially the UK record labels, have not been brave.
Amen to that.
Yeah, and it's the same for promoters, for labels, for venues, everybody. People need to be brave, go with their actions, take responsibility, go, no, this club, everybody is going to be equal when they walk in the door. And people do it. There are clubs, like you said, the ones you're going to. Elro is, for me, one of the ones that are really showing people how it's done, because when you walk into a proper Elro gig, the vibe, it's the magic, it's that that you walk in, and from the toilet attendant to whoever it may be, everybody is on the same vibe, and that is what makes it special.
I think it's also we're getting into a phase where it's such a shame that music journalism obviously is just, the money's gone out of it. So where people are discovering music has changed. A lot of people are just discovering music from the Spotify algorithm or whatever, and that's very I'm not going to get into the politics and all of that behind that, and I'm definitely not trying to piss off Spotify. But where music discovery used to be is now so curated by people in those companies that it's much more it's already curated for you before you even reach it. And even A&R now, everyone will tell you A&R is all based on AI, it's all based on data and stats and all of that, which obviously major labels in particular, their businesses, the Kanye West thing with over the last couple of weeks has just only made that more prevalent. Labels are a business, and if you think they aren't, you're an idiot. And I know that they need data to back up things, but also you're losing that feel and that gut feel. And I've never been an A&R, but I can imagine that the people that go into A&R really go into that job thinking it's all on gut feel and that passion and that fire and seeing something in someone really early. And it's now they don't really want to see something early. They want to see you with a couple million plays on Spotify and a good couple tens of thousands of followers, and that's what makes an artist a viable thing. And I mean, I'm going completely off topic, and I can
that's not an A&R.
No, I can go into artists
what you're
establish themselves, and they're already established, and they shouldn't really sign anyway because they've already done it. But they've done the hard work. But it's that kind of. I'm losing and I'm missing from what I'm seeing how people are making decisions in the industry now. I'm missing that rock and roll element, and I'm not trying to hark back to the 90s because obviously the 90s has its problems, but it's that fire, and I think that's what makes people take risks on something more. And it is about taking risks. It is when you're pushing outside your comfort zone, when you're going outside your race or the genre that you like or country or religion or whatever, you are taking a risk. But you've got people, we're in music for a reason. I keep saying that, sorry, I apologise.
Never apologise.
Trust that gut feeling over the data or what's been done before. I think it would just make life so much more exciting. We live in a global world now. It is global. That's why tackling unconscious bias is so important, because we live in a global world. No one sits still for more than 5 minutes. Okay, obviously, COVID has dampened all of our plans. And I think we've all felt oh my God, our nomadic spirit's been dampened this year. And because everyone's so nomadic now. But somehow, as always, the music industry is about 5 years, 10 years behind that. and they're still trying to keep everyone in their separate countries and genres and things like that. So, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, just blather on.
I read your recent article with DJ Mag, and you mentioned no major festival promoter or booker should have any excuse not to have a far more balanced lineup moving forward. So tell us more about how Black Bandcamp can go some way towards helping.
Well, I think even pre-Black Bandcamp, there shouldn't have been an excuse.
Yeah,
the issue is if you've got white cis males who are booking their white cis male friends, that's your circle. That's all you know. This brotherhood of white guys, that's who you book. So even pre-Black Bandcamp, there wasn't an excuse. And I know if everyone's been on Twitter, there were loads of festivals and agencies being called out, loads which have now actually closed because they're so embarrassed and ashamed to have been called out because of what they've done, rather than actually saying, do you know what, we messed up, we're going to stay open and we're going to just shut and run under the rock that we've come from.
Yeah.
So the issue is that you've got these white cis males who are friends of white cis males who book each other, who say, oh yeah, get this person, and it perpetuates. Black Bandcamp as a platform, what it basically does, it takes all black people from Bandcamp and puts it on a website for you. So you literally don't have to filter through the millions and billions of people on the Bandcamp website. They're there for you. People from across the world, across all genres, all ages, like literally covering the entire music industry, as it were. So the groundwork has already been done. The resource is there. You need to go and proactively utilize it, and not just, this whole kind of black square thing pissed me off so much. People that posted the black square, it's performative. Actually do something, do something and show that you've done it. So in a year, go back and say, these are our stats and we've increased this by X%. Don't just say you're going to do it and post a black square and say, oh, yeah, we stand because techno's black music, blah, blah, blah. That's boring. Like everyone knows techno started in black culture. They don't need to tell us that. Do something about it. So I think Black Bandcamp should be used as a resource for people to go and discover and find new artists. And it's not something that should be done in a tokenistic way, because that's another thing that pisses me off.
Yeah, I was
that
gonna
people say, oh yeah, I've now got like 3 black women on my lineup. Tick. No, but what are you actually doing? Because it's that immediate gratification is not what people want. It's the long term. What are you invested in these people? Are you paying them? I think, there's a lot to it. But I think venues, promoters and bookers never had an excuse, but now even more so, they don't have an excuse to not book black folk. In electronic music, as we've been saying, there's so many different genres, and not just UK and the US, because that's another thing that bothers me. We talk about diversity, but intersectional diversity is what people should be looking at, not diversity. So you had this in 2015 with the rhetoric of like, book more female DJs. That's brilliant, but they're all white female DJs. That's not diversity. The same thing for Black Bandcamp, it's great that we're showcasing black people, but actually, and this is me being honest, as people don't like to be, 84% of the people on Black Bandcamp are from Europe and the US.
Yeah.
What happened to Africa?
Yeah.
What happened to Asia? What happened to the Pacific Oceans? What happened to the Caribbean? So I think it's one thing, using these resources and booking people, but is it the same people? Like, is everyone just going to book like the same known black people?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
We saw it with the same gender rhetoric. It's the same 5 white women that get booked to headline the same festivals, and we all know who they are. Yeah. So I think there's so much work to be done. It's one thing utilising our resource, and there's so many resources out there.
I was going to say, what are other ones that you're aware of?
Oh, there's so many. I mean, there's like so many communities in the UK and US. So like Disc Woman, which is run by Frankie and Umfang. They're a New York-based agent and booker, but what they do is their roster is completely women, but women of a diverse background. So it's not just white women. Yeah. You've got black women, white women, women from Chinese descent, etc. They're, to me, one of the biggest players. So they look after Umfang, Object Blue, Fauzia. There's so many women who are coming up in the scene now, who they look after from across the world, of different backgrounds, and they're one that I would look to. But I do think people really need to check themselves. Yep, it's fine to do the whole, we're going to book these people, but is it the same people? And are you actually being diverse? Are you being intersectional? That's the thing. It's the intersectional bit that I don't think people are cracking, because I think the whole female thing is a brilliant example of it.
Yeah.
There was this whole males, blah, blah, blah. Yeah. So we cracked the female thing, but it's the same women.
Yeah.
So if we're going to do it properly, let's do it properly.
Mm-hmm.
You know, we could, that could take us years, but if people genuinely are convicted in doing it, then do it. Book a black woman from Africa and the Caribbean and Europe and America. Book a black gay woman. Book a black disabled. Like, actually be diverse and be convicted. And if you're not going to, then don't bother.
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, I think when it comes to being a festival booker, that's where the responsibility lies. And yes, it is always easy to go, oh yeah, they're the top 40 artists at the moment. They're the ones I'm going to book. And it doesn't go any further than that. They're the ones that are pulling, they're the ones that are going to sell my tickets. So where the responsibility for those bookers comes in, because as much as I totally agree with many things you're saying, on the other hand, I am worried that it is open to abuse when you start looking at booking lineups on anything other than talent. And that has to be, but what it has to be is, instead of your world, you know, where you're actually looking at, and your research has to be broader, and that's where their responsibility comes in.
That's where I think the whole tokenistic thing comes in, because
Yeah.
I wouldn't book someone because of they tick a box if they were crap.
Yeah,
that's
exactly.
tokenistic.
Yeah.
And that's what people are doing.
And that's the
so
problem,
I
yeah.
think I would book someone if they push the sound that my platform pushes. They're sick at what they do, but they also happen to be that thing. And I think it's actually, it's not that hard to decipher between just being tokenistic, because what they're doing is literally Googling the RA top black people, and they're just reaching out to them.
Yeah.
They've not listened to their mixes.
Lazy.
They've not listened to their mixes. If you want to do it properly, you invest in following that person's journey, looking at where they've played, what sound are they pushing, are they producing, who are they managed by. You actually invest in that person, and then you do it. So I think it's just about people opening their eyes and brains outside of their circle and following people's journeys, because all it takes is, you know, if I go to a shop and buy the same sweet every day, I don't know what other sweets taste like.
Exactly.
If you go and taste other sweets, and then you say, actually, I like that flavour sweet, I'm going to buy it more often, that's exactly what it's like. So it's not, I don't think it's about like,
it's not about that tokenistic thing. It doesn't have to be 50-50.
And then what will happen is
okay,
naturally your circle will grow naturally.
exactly.
It will grow naturally. And actually, if you look at, because I'm 26, if you look at the younger bookers now, they're doing it better than the older generation.
Yeah.
I say older generation, I mean people who were raving in the 90s. It's the ones that are my age who are actually proactively diversifying their circles,
pushing the boundaries.
Because if your circle's diverse, then it's not forced. You're not just forcing it. You shouldn't have a circle that's not diverse in the first place. And if you have a circle that's not diverse, then that's an issue, because then you're kind of you are in a sense having to force yourself to look for those people. But I do have to say that there's a lot of younger 20s, London and Bristol, the ones that I'm familiar with, who are promoters because that are doing it properly and authentically. And that's the thing, you know, I've had people try and book me. Went on a Twitter rant about this, if anyone follows me. I had a booker that tried to book me a couple of months ago. And I went on RA and looked at what their previous lineups was. They've never booked a black person, ever. Now, I'm not going to play for someone who's been running as a well-known London promoter for 10 years and has never booked a non-white person. I'm not about to be that tokenistic. So I replied to them and I said, thank you. However, I've looked at your receipts, I've checked your receipts, and you've never actually had a diverse lineup. Can you just explain why? And if this is like a genuine thing, I'd want to understand, engage with that. I turned down the offer for other reasons, fee, and then I saw that they'd booked 3 other non-white DJs who are similar age to me and like are quite well known. And that's where you have to think as a black person, is that person only booking me to tick that box, or are they doing it genuinely? And I spoke to the other DJs and they said, no, this promoter's never reached out to me before. So it's some people have actually just gone so far that it's kind of, you can't come back to it. You've
ticking the
you've
box
been
of
run for
trying
so
to
long and you've never been diverse. You actually can't recover from it, and actually serves you right. Whereas I do think there are some promoters and events and festivals, I have to say, like the younger ones again, who are doing it properly. And unfortunately, those that missed the boat and are jumping on the bandwagon now can sail off because it's too late. Yeah.
Charlotte, I'd be interested to know, as like an artist manager, is it important to you that, you know, in a similar way, that, you know, people aren't just doing this now? What do your artists feel?
Yeah, I mean, we had an incident a year ago at an industry event where one of my artists was DJing, and she's DJing like a really mix of music. It was a really dope set. And all the younger like women are getting down and like loving it. And it was like a really kind of out there set, but it was just her selection, and she was booked to play her selection. And these older white women came up to her and just attacked her for it. Like, I've honestly never been so mad as a manager and felt so protective. Like, my proper like mama lioness came out, and I was like, and I had to walk away for a minute, and then I took these women aside and I was like, this artist has been booked based on her selections, based on her track record. This is what she was booked to play. If you have an issue with it, you have an issue with the promoter. How dare you go up to an artist and question what they're doing on a set? That is like, honestly, like, huh. But I was just like, Jesus Christ, these are people that work in the music industry. These are the people that are in charge. Yeah. And they can't even listen to music that's not like, what, ABBA? What do we want to play? Like, seriously, like this is not a wedding. Like, cool if you go to like your mum's wedding or your aunt's wedding and you want to listen, like, that's fine. But this is an industry event. Like, why are we not pushing boundaries? And so like that stuff like that really grates on me. Really, really, really grates on me. I think I can go on.
No, I was going to say, for your artists, it's like that shatters you.
Oh God!
And this is why I think it's important when you speak about diversification.
Yeah.
When we say like diversifying the dance floor, it's not just the lineup; it's holistic.
Yeah.
Who's doing the sound? Who's doing the lighting? Who's at the door? Who is serving me drinks? Who's in the crowd? And this is the thing: if that isn't reflected holistically, then you've just got one non-white person behind the booth,
and that's
with a complete white audience or a complete male audience, whatever we're talking about, and that's still marginalised because then.
Yeah,
it's so deep. Like, it's so deep. You know, if the bouncer doesn't reflect you as a person, are you going to want to even walk in? If the people in the room don't reflect you as a DJ, are you going to feel confident in yourself to
as
DJ?
an artist, like at the end of the day, like you're dealing with when you're dealing with artists, you're dealing with people that like they are intrinsically, I'm not saying fragile, but like that's their art, that's their child, that's their baby, that's their product that they're putting in the world. And they've been booked to do that. And then this audience are turning on them and coming up to her. And like that really, really grated on me. And but it's just sorry, I'm like probably losing my train of thought. But it's things like that. And then there's also like stuff at the moment where it's like with pop music, it's like everyone's looking for the next Billie Eilish. So that's great for the girls that sound like Billie Eilish, but there's a bunch of other girls that are making really great music in pop or whatever genre. And it's like, if they don't conform to what is successful, again, we go back to like people only booking what they know or what they already know to be successful. And if you go and look, I really wish people would go and look to other industries. I think in the music industry, we have a real problem with only doing what we've done before. And go and listen to podcasts from people that are working in other industries, tech industries, medicine, aviation, whatever, I don't know. Law, like, but like go and listen outside of like all the time. I think that's ultimately what this comes down to, is all the time, keep looking outside of what you're doing in your day-to-day and your environment. Keep looking beyond it, because I promise you it's so much more interesting. It really is.
Yeah, I think just going back to the responsibility for our industry, for our clubs across the board is everybody making mistakes across the board of their intention. So, you know, bookers not interested in why they're being booked, just how much money they're going to get for their artist, not going any further than that. Just keep on whacking up the fee, and that's all they're interested in. So, you know, and are they actually booking them into the right club that is going to have that? Have they had that conversation with the promoter? you know, all of these relationships that we should have within our industry, because vibe does attract tribe. So if you're doing it wrong and all of your intentions, if you're booking the wrong bouncers, if you've not got, you know, a nice environment that's happy for females, one of the things that is really critical that I've seen over, especially in the last 5 years, is that so many, especially in the tech house scene, the clubs have become so male dominated. It is like walking into a lion's den for any female. Like, it is testosterone city. It is 97% males, and no girl. You know, I'm a pretty strong woman. I've been in this for a long time. There's no 20-year-old that's going to want to walk into there. It's not a comfortable environment. So everywhere across the board, everybody has to have responsibility, be honest intentions, get the balance between the music and the money.
Yeah.
Of course, we've got to make money, but if you get the balance, then that's the sweet spot.
Yeah.
That's where we all want to.
Wouldn't it be really nice in this year of us all doing nothing and all sitting in our pajamas at home, if we all just went away and treated our industry with some respect and all read and did some research like anyone else would do doing any other career role, or go back to university, and we all just learnt and took a minute to reflect and all came back as more enlightened beings, because it's not that hard. It's just go and read and listen and
digest.
Well, now's a great time to do that. Like, you know, there's no...
Like, at the end of the day, like, we're not going to be having a big rave in quite a while. We've
No.
probably got at least another year until things start going vaguely back to normal. So we really have got some good time to actually genuinely do the work. And it's work.
We have a massive chance now, before anything opens again, to reset this and to make our industry safe before the clubs open again. I'm involved with DJ Rebecca, who has just come out with the #MeToo, #ForTheMusic campaign. This is, we're asking people to sign a pledge. We only just got started, but it's been a Mixmag resident advisor across the board. We want to root out the wrong people in this industry, make sure that DJs aren't thought of as abusers or egotistical narcissists. We don't need that. we want to get back to, for the music, for the responsibility, and make our clubs and our industry safe, so that more females, more blacks, more minorities want to come to our industry and our clubs, because our one is the safe place to be.
Yeah, I think, that's a good way to wrap up the conversation. But I just want to point out that She Said So have got a list of anti-racism resources as well. They includes pages that you can donate to, podcasts, articles, books, and guides to allyship. And Survivors Network also has a load of resources to read up on. So thanks so much for joining me today. I really appreciate your time, and thanks for stepping in. And I hope everyone who's watching at home has enjoyed it, and I hope that you can understand what unconscious bias is, positive and negative. And we can see what we can do to create some positive change.
Make a difference.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Let's do it.
Thank you.
Sounds good.
I want you to get up. 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 Right now. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. 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 I want you to get up. Don't go out anymore. Don't go out anymore. Don't go out anymore. I want you to get up. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as bad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore! I want you to get up right now. I want you to get up right now. I want you to get up. Right now. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. Right now. 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 Right now.
The world is cold and times are bad. Every time I think about it, it makes me sad. War and drugs are everywhere, and it's getting so hard to breathe the air. But it doesn't have to be like this. All the rancor and bitterness. If we can just open our eyes, we can make the world a paradise. Someday we'll live as one family in perfect harmony. Someday when we all pull together, we will all be free. Free from the pressure and the prejudice, we can change it all with tenderness. There'll be no void between black and white. We'll be able to walk the streets at night. I won't be fooled while someone dies of starvation. The whole world will be my nation. We will walk hand in hand. I'll go to South Africa and be called woman. Someday we'll live as one family in sweet harmony. Someday when we all pull together, we will all be free.
I want you to get up I want you to get up. I want you to get up.
Hello, my name's Carl Loban, and welcome to this BMC mental health panel curated by DJ Mag and Alive. Mental health was a very important topic to discuss before the coronavirus crisis struck, and now, with the various stages of lockdown, it's thrown up a whole new raft of issues. We've got a great selection of panelists here today to discuss them. Let me first get everyone to introduce themselves.
Hey, I'm Carly Wilford. I'm a DJ music producer, and I recently launched a platform called Alive, really targeted at health and well-being, specifically in the music industry with a view of taking it wider to the mainstream. I've launched a website basically focused around offering loads of help, support, therapists and solutions to so much of the conversation that we're going to have today.
Hello. Hi. My name is Jumping Jack Frost. I'm a DJ, producer, record label owner, and author. And mental health is a very, very, very close to my heart, especially now in this crazy pandemic where a lot of us in the music business are struggling both financially and mentally. So this is very, very significant right now for everyone. So I hope everyone locks in and gets a lot out of it.
Hello, am I on? Amazing. I'm Ellie Salebian. I'm a radio presenter. I work as a consultant as well for artists and labels in the industry. And I also offer mental health first aid training to people working in the industry and beyond. Also, like these guys, mental health is really important to me. So I'm really happy to be here today having this conversation with everyone. Thanks.
Hi, I'm Catherine Loveday. I'm a professor of neuropsychology from the University of Westminster, and I've been working there with Sally Ann and George on a piece that is really trying to examine how mental health affects people in right across the music business, and specifically to try and understand the different factors that might be affecting it. So from the social and stuff that around living experiences, but also around how the body responds to stress and what the long-term implications of that are.
Great stuff. So I want to start with you, Nigel, because as the DJ Jumping Jack Frost, you've been active in the scene for more than 30 years. And
is that long, really?
Apparently so. And I suppose anyone in the 90s who knew you wouldn't have thought that in 2020 you'd be sat on a panel talking about mental health. But what's made you start talking about these issues openly?
Well, I've wrote a book, and it was well documented in my book that I'd suffered from depression and anxiety for a long time before I could even identify what it was. I was very successful, but I was still just feeling down and feeling like something wasn't right, and going through periods of being isolated and just feeling like down and just feeling like nothing, and having all this success, playing all around the world and coming home and feeling like nothing. I wrote about it in my book, and I had so many people reach out to me saying, thank you so much for sharing your story. It helped me so much. And that's how I kind of got into it. Do you know what I mean? Yeah.
And yeah, it's a thing for quite a lot of international DJs, isn't it? People flying around the world, and you're the centre of attention, you're the centre of the party, and then suddenly you're alone in your hotel.
You're at home, you're alone in your hotel. Like 5,000 people, 10,000 people, back to the hotel alone. Wow. Crazy, mind-blowing.
Catherine, is it right that you've done some sort of academic kind of research on the effect of a performer who's on stage at one minute and then?
Yeah,
so if you can explain, that'd be great.
Yeah, so there's lots of different factors at play here, but what we wanted to look at was what was actually going on in the body during a performance. So obviously there are many other things that affect it, but performance is one thing that is playing around with your stress system, essentially. So we are, as human beings, we've evolved to for our body to respond to stressful situations. And stress isn't, by the way, necessarily a negative thing. So being on stage and doing something really exciting is still a stressor on the body, even if you don't feel mentally stressed by it. So it's what we would certainly define as stressful, even if it isn't considered to be stressful by the person that's doing it. So what we've done a sort of single case study on somebody, actually, and we're hoping to roll this out. We're looking for funding to roll this out into a much bigger group study. But what we saw is we followed somebody and we looked at their cortisol response. So cortisol is the stress hormone. And we looked at it not just during and after performance, but across the whole day. And we did that over a number of days. And so we looked at it on the day before the performance, and what we found was that this singer had a very normal morning response. So we wake up and our cortisol goes up. That's a normal, healthy thing to happen. And that's what we want to happen. And then it came back down again. That's all perfect. It did its normal thing through the day, and then when it got to the end of the day, went to bed with it a little bit higher. Now, that's a normal thing for any of us. So even maybe people coming here today might have had a slightly higher stress response last night because your body's preparing you for the demands. So it's a healthy thing to happen. The next morning, we noticed that his cortisol waking response wasn't quite normal, so it was very, very high, but it didn't quite come down again as it should do. And then we looked at what happened across, and this particular singer did 2 performances. So we compared his levels, and we found that his just before going on to do the gig, the levels of cortisol were equivalent to someone who was about to jump out of a plane for the first time doing a parachute jump. This is a massive, massive impact on the body. So that cortisol is just a reflection of the fact that your heart is working harder, your breathing has changed, your sugar levels change, your body goes into fight or flight, massive fight or flight response. And as I say, that can even be when we're really excited. But the key thing was what happened after that. So what we found after that was that when he went to bed, it was still really, really high. So this point that you're making about being back in your room, you've basically got all the adrenaline and all the capacity in your body to fight a lion, basically, and then there's nothing there. And so your body's having to compute all this very, very physical stuff. And what we saw with him the next morning is that normal waking response had gone. So normally you would go to bed and you'd wake up and your body would prepare itself for the day. But he had a really flat response the next morning, which is not a healthy thing. It was fine because he settled back down and his body had returned to normal by the end of the day. But if you're doing that relentlessly, you are taking a real impact on the body. And so one of the things that we need to see, we need the funding to see whether this happens on a bigger scale. But one of the consequences of this is that we need to make sure people are getting proper breaks and that they are allowing their body to rest and recover after these kind of events.
Because I mean, in the DJ scene, well, when gigs were happening, DJs would invariably go and play somewhere in another country, at 3 a.m, finish at 5. Not want to go to bed, be buzzing, want to have some sort of wind down, maybe go to the after party, and then have a flight at 9 a.m. So basically no sleep, off to the next country for the next gig, the next night. That must take a toll.
Yeah, and of course, anything that disrupts your sleep. I mean, we take sleep for granted and we think we can manage without it, but actually the research shows that if we don't get regular good sleep, it has a massive impact on both our physical and mental health. But also changing time zones has its impact. So if you're doing that once in a while, that's fine, we adjust. But if you're doing that regularly, that again is disrupting your whole circadian rhythm. And so we know that, of course, there are lots of social stressors, and I guess we're going to come on to the current social stressors. But those physical things, just literally the physical thing of disrupting your routine, not eating properly, being hyped and then not being able to kind of come back down again, all of that massively takes its toll on the body, and that the mind and body are completely connected. So if that happens, it is going to have an impact, and it's very hard to resist that.
Carly, you're a DJ too, and what would you say, what mental health and wellbeing issues were important to you in the industry before the pandemic and around the time you launched Alive?
So it's really funny actually, because one of the reasons that I launched Alive was I was having some personal stuff go on in the industry. My stepdad was really poorly and I knew he was going to pass away. And so around that time, I moved out of the city and into the countryside. Along a similar line, I was also getting quite a lot of kickback, I suppose, in the music industry, because I was speaking out about gender balance in music. I was also speaking out about sexual harassment in music. And I kind of had unexpected kickback from people in the industry, whether that be direct messages or direct approaches. And I found it really hard. And I got to the stage where I got into the music industry because I completely fell in love with music and I fell in love with the people around it. And at that point, when you've got something huge in your personal life and then your livelihood is also wobbling, I just absolutely hit a wall and I didn't know how to get myself back up again. So around that time, I was traveling a lot, spending a lot of time in hotel rooms, and I thought, I can't do this. Like, I can't process all this stuff that's happening on my own on the other side of the world. So I cancelled everything for 2 weeks and I literally stopped. And before I was in music, I was a personal trainer and a dance teacher. And back then I realised that the people were coming to see me. They didn't need a trainer, they needed someone to talk to. So I kind of went away and I learned how to do NLP, Reiki, crystal healing, EFT, loads and loads of solutions to help the people that were coming to see me. So in those 2 weeks when I stopped, I decided that I needed to rebuild myself, because it was either that or I decided to get out of music. I was absolutely done. And I thought it was quite unfair, actually, some of the things that were coming my way. So anyway, over those 2 weeks, I realised that if I did something every day for my mind, body and soul, then that was all that mattered. And all of those things, when I was getting up and training every day, eating healthy, meditating, I started to learn the piano. So it was very physical, really having to use my brain every day. And quite quickly, I started to feel better. So I also knew at the time a lot of people were traveling a lot. Burnout was a real thing. And a lot of us were running on borrowed time, really. So I decided to build the platform to kind of dump in all of my experience and all of the amazing people that I'd met who had helped me along the way. And little did I know that was in February. March, the pandemic would hit and it would be more important than ever.
Nigel, until like 2 or 3 years ago or whatever, men in the dance scene didn't really talk about their feelings or anxieties. Why was that, do you think?
I don't know. I think that it's the old stiff upper lip, like the old come on, pull yourself together. But really, men, we need to talk about it now more than ever. We need to talk about it. As I said, when I done my book, I had struggled at first because at first I just thought, let me just talk about the good times or the good things. But as I got more into the process, I found I needed to offload this. I needed to be authentic, and I needed to do this properly. And then I started to just talk about my experiences. And just the reaction from people that read the book, because I was very nervous when the book initially came out, because I thought, how are people going to, people, you've got a certain image. I thought, how are people going to receive this? Do you know what I mean? But I had such a fantastic response from people just saying, thank you so much for sharing your story. If you can get through this, then we can get through it. And it warmed my heart to be able to help just a few people. Do you know what I mean? It really made me feel good.
Because you were revealing quite a lot about yourself, I guess.
I revealed a hell of a lot about myself, which I'm really glad I did.
And so it doesn't admitting that you have mental health issues show weakness or make you any less of a man then?
Strength. I think it shows strength. Shows a hell of a lot of strength and bravery, and I condemn anyone that does it. Do you know what I'm saying? A lot of my other colleagues have since come along and shared their stories as well, and I commend them for it. Do you know what I'm saying? I commend anyone that has the courage to do it.
Yeah, I'm going to jump in there because I spent years kind of in denial of my own mental health issues and the mental health issues of the people around me. And it's only been since I'm just really open about it and I'm really blasé about it that actually I can live my life much more comfortably, because I'm owning what I have going on in my personal life and for myself. And I think as soon as you do show up and you speak out about it, you really do make room for others to do the same too, which is why when you
100%.
when you did that book, that would have had a profound effect on your musical community and then people they passed that on to.
It was very therapeutic for me, and then it transferred onto other people.
Yeah,
you know?
and it's when you say it out loud and you start putting a name to the feelings or a name to the condition, and then you start going, right, I'm feeling like this today, so I need to do a meditation, or I need to learn piano, or I need to do once you say it out loud, it's such a huge weight. It's really easy for people to say to
Definitely.
you, like, oh, go and talk to someone, but actually going to talk to someone, it really is the best thing you can do, or just saying it out loud.
Yeah, it's definitely 100%.
Yeah.
With Ellie, with the workshops and training days you run sometimes, what sort of people in the music industry come to you, and what sort of issues do they have?
Well, it's kind of been anyone really, and it's organisations that are looking to take care of their teams and look after their people. Obviously, if you're taking care of your people, then you're a more attractive prospect as an employer. People want to go to you if you have a good reputation as being an organisation that is taking care of people. I've reached out to quite a few people pre-pandemic, during pandemic, but obviously right now the industry is struggling. My business model isn't chasing people for money during a pandemic, so whilst we haven't really been delivering as many workshops as we'd hoped, we've been offering support to people either directly or to organisations, just helping them look at their models. So it really is any type of organisation in the music industry that we've been talking to, but it usually comes from a good place. And a really good example of a good place is a company like Mixcloud. They really look after their staff, they're really open about it, they're transparent on all of their social media about the steps they take to look after their staff. And right now, I want to see more of that during the pandemic. Now we kind of know where we're not at. It's really important that businesses start showing us on their social media. I don't just want to see your live streams. I want to see a picture of your team in a Zoom call after they've done a flipping yoga session or after you've given them a meditation session. I want to see that you're taking care of your people. Because right now, we're having to recognise different signs and symptoms because we're operating in a digital world. So it's not the same as somebody's turning up to the office late and they look a bit dishevelled and they're sad and they're not engaging. You're having to recognise signs and symptoms in a digital world, and that's a whole different ballgame.
Yeah, because I was going to say, with the we've talked a bit about the mental health issues before the pandemic, and then at the start of this year, bloody coronavirus came along, and we all had to lock down and not go out of our houses and be isolated and all the rest of it. And Nigel, what did?
Can I say something quickly? I'd like to go back to what you said about Mixcloud. I'd like to commend the staff at Mixcloud because they do look after their staff very well. I've been to Mixcloud and I'm very good friends with the people over there, and I've been over there to do a talk on mental health, and they do really look after their staff. So I'd just like to commend Mixcloud and hope a lot of other companies take the same route as them.
They're showing how it should be done.
Definitely,
yeah.
definitely.
So Nigel, for you obviously you were gigging right up until March and whatever, and then suddenly no gigs, no festivals the whole summer.
Nothing.
You locked in your house. How was it?
I was just saying. I think it was Carly I was talking to outside, and I was saying like, wow, I had to literally disable my notifications because up until a few weeks ago, I was still getting notifications going, did. This is what you got in this week. I was like, get it off. Because it's like 2-3 gigs a week. Like, get that off. Do you know what I'm saying? It's just like, that alone was enough to push me on the bloody edge.
So how did you get through the lockdown?
Mate, it's been lockdown for me. It's been tough because my cousin Jackie died of the virus, which just 1 minute she was in hospital, the next minute she was gone. And I live on my own with me and my dog. So I literally just had to deal with that on my own. Usually, you know, we as a family we gather together to mourn our losses. Wasn't able to do that, so I had to literally deal with that on my own. And it's been tough. It's been really tough. Plus, recently, a couple of weeks ago, I lost my little cousin Denny, 7 years old, to leukemia. So it's been tough, you know. It's been tough, but I'm in the middle of recording the album, which I'm halfway through, which I've just put my heart and soul into, and it's kind of kept me sane. Do you know what I'm saying? If it wasn't for that, I'd have probably had a nervous breakdown. I'm not gonna lie, seriously.
What mental health issues have some of the other people on the panel heard about from other people during lockdown? Was the isolation getting to some people?
I think early on, the music industry probably needed a bit of a pause. And I think for so many of us, that first couple of months was actually that breathing space that so many needed. And I don't know about you, but I've been noticing DJs on Instagram and Twitter looking a lot healthier. So in a lot of ways, I think this time's been really good. But the other side of it is if you think of the music industry as this tribe, right? You go to festivals and you bump into people and you're all friends, and, you know, you go to a live music event and it's almost like that source, it's that heartbeat for you. And all of a sudden that that's been cut off. And so I think there's so many people right now, not only you mentioned financially, but mentally, especially now the government schemes are starting to come to an end. I really think that now is crunch time, and it's a time where we have to pull together, we have to have each other's backs, we have to check in on that friend that is always the strong one, or is always the one that you think's okay. And we've got to recreate that tribal element, because I think so many people, and I've spoken to loads of people on the phone, and some days they have days where we're like, we've got this, and other days it's like, what the fuck is going on?
Yep.
And so I think between us, we've just got to find a way of making sure, even if it's the 5-6 closest people to you, you're checking in on them. Are you all right? Can we collaborate on anything? Let's come up with some new ideas. We are all creative beasts. That's why we're in this industry. And if the long-term effects of the live industry aren't going to be here, we're the ones that can make a difference and see what the future's going to be like. And it might be a year, it might be 6 months, it might be 18 months. But how are we going to change that? Because we have to be there for one another, exactly like we are when the live side is working.
I just want to pick up on, I phoned Carly the other day to have a I'm not fucking crushing it conversation, and she was really there for me, and it was amazing. And Nigel, I just want to say I'm really sorry for the losses that you've experienced during this time, and thank you both for sharing your stories about your own, mental health, because it's so important we do share. As I said earlier, I've had a really tricky time during COVID, because it's not just me that's had stuff going on. I think what musicians and what people I've noticed and my connections in the industry is that it might just not just be yourself that's got something going on. Suddenly things will come to the forefront with your family members or with your community, and then you're possibly dealing with situations that you've not had to face before. That's a whole different angle to speaking about, mental health in the music industry, is those of us that are supporting other members of our family with mental health problems, and the impact that then has on our work or how we are creative. Yeah.
It was interesting what you said, Carly, about it being a bit of a pause for people, and people would go off and, I don't know, look in their attics and find some old photos, or start baking sour bread or or whatever it was. But just lately we've sat it out. We've done our bit in the music industry to try and combat coronavirus, and now we've just been told that the music industry as a whole, and the dance scene in particular, is not viable. Not viable. How is this going to affect thousands of people in the industry who've given their lives and careers to music?
Ladies first on this one.
I was just going to, I think I just wanted to pick up on what you said about those couple of, I don't know, some people weeks, some people maybe even a couple of months, where they effectively had that break that we were just talking about. So they gave their bodies that physical rest. And so I think the whole complex thing around being a musician is that there are so many different factors. So we talked a bit about those physical factors of gigging and moving around and not being able to eat properly and not getting proper sleep. And that, for a moment, was kind of made better. So one factor has been improved, right? But in the meantime, you've then got all the other factors that also have a massive impact on us that have kicked in. So the isolation is not minor, by the way. I know that we know this in terms of how we feel, but it's completely measurable. And it has been estimated that feeling lonely is equivalent to smoking a packet of cigarettes a day. If you give me a moment, just to very briefly tell you the story they did with rats. So they had some rats that were in a group on their own, and some rats that were kept independently in cages. And we may or may not agree with animal experiments, but the point was they found that the ones that were living on their own, when they threatened them with anything essentially physical, so if they have a wound, the wound doesn't heal properly. If they have a heart attack, they don't recover properly. We need people. We all need people. But in an industry like this, it's particularly important because, as you say, that group are your tribe. And we absolutely depend on social support. We depend on being in a group. We survive as humans because we work in groups. And that is an evolutionary need for us. We don't survive very well on our own at all. And then when you add into it the precarity of not having money, then actually some of those health benefits you might have felt in the first two months have gone, because maybe you can't afford to eat properly. Maybe you can't afford to do the things that you were doing that were giving you a sense of relaxation. I was at what I think is the only UK live festival this year, which did have some music and it did have quite a lot of science talks and so on, and that was the Also Festival. And I tell you, the difference for me, standing and talking to an audience of people and actually having people look back at me and kind of connect. I mean, that connection is what you all do. It's what you live for, is to make connection with people. And when you can't get that connection back and you're just trying to put all that authenticity you were talking about, all that heart-wrenching music that you want to put out there, and it's going to a blank screen and you're not seeing people's faces, I think it's enormous. I think it's a really not to be underestimated, the impact this is going to have.
There's the social element, which is why we all love the dancing as well. But then also, you know, DJs and producers, for instance, or all the other people who work in the industry have spent years building up expertise. It doesn't, you know, you can't just become a DJ overnight or a producer. It's like years of dedicated graft, and to now be told that you're not viable. How's that going to make people think?
It's like when you first tell your parents that you're pursuing a career in music or the arts. That's how being told you're not viable is. It's like when I told my dad I wanted to go and do theatre, and he just went, "What are you doing, Ellie? You're not doing that. I want you to be a doctor or dentist." And I'm like, not viable. You know, it's that kind of feeling of you are not good enough. And as you say, Carl, people have made sacrifices for these careers. I'm sure in this room, enough of us have worked for free. We've paid our dues. We've done those shifts. You know, we've been the person handing out the flyers or whatever, and then we've got behind the decks or on the radio, whatever. We've worked really hard. So to be told you're not viable, not only does it bring up the mental health stuff, it also brings up a bit of ego conversation as well, because I've seen lots of people saying, I don't want to get a different job. Now, my position on that is, it's cool to pay your bills. So, you know, you will keep your career in music, but I think being told you're not viable is crushing. Culture is so important. Yeah.
I mean, in other countries in Europe, they've looked after the arts and culture sectors. You know, in Germany and France, they've extended the furlough for another year. They've given 20 times more money to arts and culture organisations and what have you. The self-employed and freelance people have been looked after, and as well, which has been a big issue here, because a lot of people in music are self-employed, freelance. You don't work for a big company necessarily. Like most DJs are self-employed. How's this going to affect the whole industry moving forward in the next few months, do you think?
Just want to say, if it wasn't viable, Defected, Toolroom, all the people that have been doing all the live streams that have had millions of views, they wouldn't be getting those views. The people are there wanting to party or wanting to enjoy or wanting to connect, as you say. Sorry, Carly.
No, I was just going to say, I think we need to be really mindful of and the power of the words that people are using in the media, and we have to be really careful of how we digest that, because if we're taking on board that I'm not viable, right? Mentally, that is going to do some really bad damage. And have we got the support network in the music industry right now to be able to support that? Have we got people who have heard that at home who are then panicking because they can't pay their rent this month or they can't pay their bills? I had an amazing conversation with Help Musicians UK last week. They were basically saying that they have an amazing phone line for anybody that's just struggling. You can phone up. Samaritans are also brilliant, but they have a fund and they've been helping a lot of musicians through this time. It is mainly musician focused and it doesn't always extend outside of the music industry, but I think we need more things like that. We are going to need a lot of help over the next 6 to 12 months, and especially when it comes to the words and the impact that it's having, because you cannot just throw that out there and then realise that however many people work within this industry, especially if you're sat at home on your own, you know?
Yeah, one of the things that came out in the first study that Sally Ann Gross and George Musgrave did with Help Musicians UK actually was that this concept of vulnerability, and that essentially when you, I mean, it's kind of like you say, you're taking a massive risk to even get into this industry in the first place. And yet there are, without people who were prepared to take that risk and put themselves in that vulnerable position, we would have no culture. We wouldn't have any of this. I mean, it goes for other arts as well, but essentially, you know, anyone who's taken that risk and made themselves vulnerable, and actually one of the things we found is that you're not just making yourself vulnerable sort of in terms of finance and all sorts of things, but you're actually making yourself vulnerable in the sense that you are often having to give something very personal of yourself and put it right out there and have it judged. I mean, the thing about being in any creative arts is that everything you do, it's like, you know, it's like walking around with no clothes on. People are, you know, are looking at you and they're responding, and you have got to be in that position sort of almost relentlessly. So you know, that judgment was another thing that came up even pre-COVID, was the sense of people feeling judged and having their identity and their self kind of questioned. And if that labeling is so destructive, because it's taking people who've already taken that risk and kind of going, you know, like that, and squashing people.
And there's a lot of people in the dance scene who've, you know, devoted their lives to building up this scene, which is now a $1 billion industry. It can.
We're bringing more money than the high street. It's the 5th largest industry in the country.
Yeah, and billions of pounds in the treasury coffers. You know, a million people involved in arts and entertainment, and suddenly I know the government are 100% wrong on this. They are 100% wrong that we're not viable. But nevertheless, to be told by these authority figures that you're not viable, that's just, apart from insulting, is it quite kind of like damaging as well?
Of course, it's definitely damaging. You know what I mean? You know, you work all your life to be told you're not viable. It's gonna hurt. It's going to hurt. Some people will take it better than others. There will be people, you know, unfortunately, God spare, suicide rates are gone through the roof. That's just across the board, just not just music people, just across the board through lockdown, especially in men. Suicide, the rates of suicide are higher than they've ever been. Then you've got these people out there, just, you're not viable. It's just a kick in the teeth.
I think I wrote it down. The Centre for Mental Health announced last night that they're predicting that an extra 10 million people in the UK, or what are they saying? It's 20% of the adult population that didn't need help will now need help with their mental health following the pandemic, and 15% of under 18s will need support with their mental health after the pandemic. So beyond the music industry, it's just, you know, because it is, you know, the arts culture, it's just spreading. And it's like you said, Carly, you know, is there that support in place already to deal with that?
One of the things that I was going to say actually is I think that we'd become masters of escapism up until now. And I think for a very long time, you'd be jumping on that next flight, you'd be jumping on that next gig, you'd be having a few more beers, you'd be doing whatever. And I think for a lot of us, we didn't always face our shit. And especially within the circles that I've been in within the music industry, I've seen people that are troubled, that are crying out for help. And instead of actually speaking to somebody, they go to the after party. And I think now we have this amazing opportunity, and even though it's hard and it's really overbearing at the moment for a lot of us, we have this moment to really look in the mirror, to look at ourselves, to come back stronger, to work on ourselves, and really face that stuff that's been underlying for so many of us for so many years, because there has been. And this whole thing about speaking to people now has become even more open than before. Whereas before you might have to go and see a psychologist and you feel like you've got to sit in that chair and you've got to go to the appointment and all of that. You can now jump on Zoom and say, you know what, actually, I had this thing happen when I was 10 years old, and it's always played on my mind this whole time, and I've never spoken to anyone about it until now. Let's use this time productively to really come out of this stronger. And I really think that if we do that, the industry will have so much more longevity, and we won't have as many casualties, because we have had a lot even up until this point.
We actually have the opportunity now. I love what you're saying, because what we have the opportunity now to do as an industry is post-COVID, post-pandemic, is actually come back as a new generation music industry, which takes Black Lives Matter seriously, which takes sexual assault seriously, which takes bullying seriously, and which takes mental health seriously.
100%.
So this could be the downtime now that everybody needs
100%.
to get that mental health first aid training, implement training with your staff that, you know, conquers microaggressions, racism, sexual assault, and move with DJ Rebecca's current movement as well. You know, we can all get on board with these things now and come back when we can party and make sure that people can party safely, people can do business safely, and no one has to feel like they're in a really shit circumstance because they're working in an industry they love, but there are all these horrible, secret, sneaky downsides. You know, we've got that chance now to come back.
100%.
I'm glad you brought up the issue of sexual harassment as well, because how's a woman going to feel? It's mainly women who are harassed in the dance scene, perhaps in a nightclub environment or an after party or whatever.
I've been disgusted by some of the support I've seen for certain people. That I won't mention their names right now. Do you know what I mean? But certain people, I've been disgusted by the support and the way that they've been bigged up by people. I think it's disgusting. Do you know what I mean? I just wanted to say that.
I just want to bring up on that subject actually is when it comes to us putting these big stories out there, when it comes to us championing these people who have actually been brave enough to speak out, have they got support? Have they got counsellors? Mixmag did a feature about the Eric Murillo thing, and we've got 10 stories of people all coming forward, right? That's great, you've got a story. Now what? Because all of those people have open wounds to discussing the things that happen to them, and that's something else I do not think we've done enough on.
A lot of them are getting some real abuse online
Yeah.
after they tell their stories. People were like, "You can't talk about my hero like that," and really going at these people, which is disgusting.
But we haven't got a network to help those people. And I had it. I spoke out about stuff and my inbox was ridiculous. It was really hard to cope with because you speak about something from the heart and you speak openly about something and then you get kickback and you get things in your DMs. And it's not just the odd person. It's high level people in the music industry putting their opinion onto you and silencing you or trying to silence you. And we need to do better. We can come back from this with stronger foundations, but we need to say enough is enough and we need to stand by one another. We need to have each other's backs and we need to call people out on it because at the same time, you know, Help Musicians are doing their bit. She Said So are doing their bit, but we need more. And that comes to formal therapy. It comes to formal counselling. And, you know, I bet there's so many people that are watching this that have been through stuff themselves. It's okay to get help and it's not scary at all. Like, you can move through it and you can come through it stronger.
And it's just like I hate this word, but what a triggering pandemic it has been because so much has come up for people. So the Black Lives Matter, you know, that would have brought up mental health stuff for anybody that's received racial abuse in the industry. It just would have done. And then the Eric Murillo situation. Every woman who's had her arse grabbed or something horrible happen and then they've spoken to a man about it in a superior position and I've done this, and then you get minimized and told that, oh, well, he did that because actually he's having a tough time at home. Well, that's great. That was my private parts. I'm sorry about that. But, you know, that's not acceptable, man. And I can
Not
joke
acceptable.
about it. But we can't keep allowing that to happen. And the last 3 or 6 months, it's like you say, Carly, you know, is there that support there to deal with what has happened over the last few months? Because it is so flipping triggering for people. People have really been through it.
We found that in our surveys that women were more affected. They showed worse mental health problems. And I mean, we found very high levels in both men and women, but it was worse in women. I think politically, we are in a situation where we are almost being encouraged to be divided. There is a divide and conquer attitude at the moment. And as I said to you before, we work best in groups, right? That's how we survive. And so when we become divided, we tend to stick with our tribe, stick with our group. And the more threatened we are, the more we do that. And that's okay when we're all pulling in the same direction. But when you've got two groups that are being kind of basically set against each other, and that may be men against women, it may be old versus young, it may be black versus white, but as soon as you start to kind of put two groups against each other, they will kind of knuckle down. I mean, one of the things that might be worth explaining to you is another hormone called oxytocin. I don't know if you've heard of oxytocin. It's described as the sort of cuddle hormone because it's sort of released when we are in love, and it's something that becomes very high during sort of music, when we're listening to music and playing music together. But there's another side to oxytocin, and oxytocin does make us feel very bonded and very close to people, but it actually makes us worse and less pro-social to our out group. So actually what's interesting is that when you do it experimentally and you give people oxytocin, if their out group, the people that they view as being outside of their group, they are more negative to. So what can happen is that by knuckling down into groups, you can then start to feel even more negative towards the out group. So what we actually really need to do is to find ways to break those barriers down. And it's very difficult when the people on the other side or in the other group are doing things that are threatening, but we have to try and recognize that essentially, I think at a societal level, we are being encouraged to divide, and we've got to try and fight that division, I think. And just to finally say that your things on gratitude, I mean, looking for what you can be grateful for is a really great evidence-based way of improving your mental health. So,
When the dance scene started, it was everybody together. It was, you know, black, white, straight, gay, etc., etc. Everyone looked after each other. Peace, love, unity, and respect. What happened to the respect that that a woman could go to an after party and be a bit drunk or something and be looked after by her friends, and even friends you just met that night would look after you. That was a core pillar of the dance scene. If there's these predatory sexual males doing wrong behaviour now in the dance scene, what can we do to stamp out this behaviour?
Call them out straight
and drain the swamp.
Call them right out. Call them out.
It's not just calling them out, though. It's men actually sharing what's happening as well. So Harold Heath wrote a really compelling, amazing piece recently. Lots of other men have too, about Eric Murillo and other individuals in the industry. It's also more for women. As a woman that loves men, I've got more male friends than female friends. Men are my allies. I adore them. But it is about men stepping forward, men sharing DJ Rebecca's, you know, hashtag and Instagram posts, men actually saying, do you know what? My brothers, my family, my musical history, you know, whatever, put that to one side. You don't treat women like this.
I want to say a big shout to Mr. C, who's came out big, strong, tough, spoke, got a lot of backlash from it. But big shout to you, Richard, man. Love you.
Just to say one thing on that point, which is really important, is that to do with identity. So actually what you're saying is really incredibly important, because if you see something that one man does and you go, that's what men do, and if there aren't men stepping up and saying, I'm not like that and I don't agree with that, then it becomes that's what men do, and that's what starts to create the division. So it's really important to go, that's an individual. That's not to do with that person being this, that or the other. It's an individual who's behaving in a way that is completely unacceptable and is using a certain degree of privilege or strength or whatever they have to get away with stuff that they shouldn't be allowed to get away with. So it's about countering that stereotyping. And so the more men that step forward, the better.
I don't think the good men make them realise, to a lot of the women I'm speaking to, how it makes them look that they're not saying anything. It just makes them look complicit, that they're not coming forward, that they're not having an opinion. We're not asking you to slag anybody off. We're just asking you to put up an Instagram post saying, please don't treat women like this. I have a daughter. I work with women. I respect women. I will not accept this while I'm DJing, booking, managing, whatever. That's all we want from men. I know it's not about this panel, but actually it does affect your mental health as a woman if you can't go into a club or a studio and you feel a bit unsafe.
I think as well, I just want to go back to your point, Carl, about what this was like in the early days, right? And we were all one and all of that. That's because we were there for the music, right? And I think now, let's bring this back to the whole reason that we're in this industry. And yes, we make money, and that's amazing. But if we bring it back to the music and the real core essence of what this industry should be about, I reckon we're going to be in a much better position further down the line. I think a lot of the reason that the sexual harassment stuff has been able to go on for so long, the Black Lives Matter things have gone on for so long, is because of hierarchy and money and fear of those people blocking your journey to success. And I think now, if we bring it back to the music and remember why we're here and surround yourself with those amazing humans, let's recreate this back to what it was. But it's going to take kicking and screaming, unfortunately, and it is going to rock the foundations. But let's build ones back that are stronger and with better ethics.
It should be a good place for mental health. So the only reason I'm under my duvet 4 nights a week doing radio is for connection, because I think somebody's listening, they're listening to the music that I'm playing and it's making them feel good, and it's about connection. Like that's why we do it, right? Is to create connection and to make people feel good. Yeah.
We've only got a couple of minutes left.
Sorry, Catherine.
Has anyone on the panel got final sort of tips for people watching as to what they should be doing right now to look after their own mental health?
I think you need to find what works for you and really experiment with that. There is something called the 27-minute morning routine, which is fantastic. That's where you spend 2 minutes writing a gratitude list, 5 minutes doing a breathing exercise, 20 minutes learning something new. There are so many free resources, so don't be fooled that you have to pay for everything. It's good to contribute, it's good to pay, but YouTube is an absolute dream for finding really good mental health resources. I'm always open for conversations, and I genuinely really mean that. I just want people to feel okay, and make sure you're open for conversations. And at the start of every Zoom call you have right now, ask people how they're doing, listen and mean it. And signpost. If you can't help people, signpost them and just help them move forward to the next stage where they'll be able to get help.
I think that's really, really excellent evidence-based advice, all of that. I think being kind to yourself, being kind to others, listening to others, and being kind to yourself on all levels, so both mentally and physically. But I think also this thing of thinking about what you have in common, what more in common, and thinking about how we can all be united and finding that common ground with everybody, you know, trying to look for where the common ground is, and we are stronger together.
We've run out of time, I'm afraid, but I hope people have taken some of the amazing, interesting points that have come out of this panel to heart, and look after yourselves out there. Thanks very much for the panels for coming along today, and take care.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
I want you to get up. 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 Right now. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. It's like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. We sit in the house, and slowly the world we're living in is getting smaller. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. Looks like everything everywhere is going crazy, so we don't go out anymore. 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 I want you to get up. Don't go out anymore. Don't go out anymore. Don't go out anymore. I want you to get up. I want you to get up right now and go to the window, open it, and stick your head out and yell, I'm as bad as hell, and I'm not gonna take this anymore! I want you to get up right now. I want you to get up right now. I want you to get up. Right now. I want you to get up. I want you to get up. Right now. 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 I want
The world is cold and times are bad. Every time I think about it, it makes me sad. War and drugs are everywhere, and it's getting so hard to breathe the air. But it doesn't have to be like this. All the rancor and bitterness. If we can just open our eyes, we can make the world a paradise. Someday we'll live as one family in perfect harmony. Someday when we all pull together, we will all be free. Free from the pressure and the prejudice, we can change it.